Well, I mean, what do they do to you?
Well, I did them like I'm old, I'm a geezer.
Right.
So, I did them back in the
So thank you all, and I'll call you again, or you can stand. So now, Ms. Gray, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, City Council. I wanted to follow up on Mayor Hemelridge's comments at the September 13th City Council meeting regarding the Housing Commission's failure to provide input on recent housing-related city documents, like the administrative plan and the housing element. I and other housing commissioners... I'm sorry. It looks like we just got audio back on YouTube. Sorry. I and other housing...
So it sounds as if, excuse me, let me interrupt you for 1 second, because I heard that. It sounds as if we have audio back on all channels. So now, why don't you proceed, Ms. Gray?
Thank you. I and other housing commissioners have expressed concern and frustration for at least 6 months that the Housing Commission has been excluded from the process of reviewing housing-related city items ever since Commissioner Hilton resigned as chair. I've personally requested such staff administrative items from Housing Commission staff liaison Noah Mendoza on multiple occasions, with no items or even projected items forthcoming. Shortly after his hiring, I asked Noah how the staff administrative item calendar worked. Was there a database or a spreadsheet that generated or listed items to be addressed at approximately the same time each year? How did he know what to add to each agenda? He told me there was no such list, and he relied on notification from other staff of such pending items. Again, none have been produced or announced for any forthcoming agenda. Why has the Housing Commission, an advisory body tasked with reviewing housing-related city documents and providing feedback on them to City Council, been removed from the process of reviewing and advising on such items? Who's responsible for this decision or omission? And what will the City Council and City Manager do to remedy it? The Housing Commission stands ready and waiting to provide feedback on city documents in our purview. To our great frustration, we have been prevented from doing so. I look forward to your prompt investigation of this issue and swift remedy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. And I understand you have comment. We're letting you do this continuously because you are on the phone. You're the only person on the phone. So would you like to give your comment on item 3B?
Sure, thank you. This is about item 5C on the public comment
sorry.
pilot.
Whoa. So are we 5C because...
Madam Chair, Mayor, sorry. Remember, we grouped together consent, closed session, and special items.
Oh,
so
okay.
This is a consent item. This is under this public.
I just wanted to make sure that we had the right thing. Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Gray. Why don't you continue, please?
Thank you. So for item 5C, the purpose of public comment is to facilitate communication between residents and the City Council. In the case of item-specific public comments, they allow Santa Monicans direct input on agendized items to influence elected officials' subsequent deliberations. Placing general public comment at the beginning of the agenda is a basic courtesy to residents and should be retained. However, the rearrangement of item-specific public comments, such as this one, for the pilot was ill-conceived, and we're fortunate to be able to end its practice this December. Divorcing public item comments from respective items is a waste of everyone's time and effort. Removing the proximity of public comments from their respective items disenfranchises residents by minimizing the impact of their input on the conversation. It must be equally unhelpful to you, overworked City Council members, who cannot possibly process and retain so much disjointed feedback out of the context of their respective agenda items. If it's not possible to end this latter practice immediately, I at least ask that you pull it from the consent calendar and vote to end it in December at the initially proposed pilot end date. Extending this ineffective and demoralizing practice to March of 2023 is inappropriate and disrespectful to all involved in city governance, residents and elected officials alike. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. Now, I'm going to assume, Madam Clerk, that we don't have any of the people from our general public comment back again, right? And I'm just proceeding with our public comment for all closed session items and other. Oh, except that I heard, yes, John Barry is here. So please, Mr. Barry, come up. You may speak on general public comment. It really does help us when people are here when their names are called. That's okay. I'm just saying it as a comment. I'm not criticizing you. Thank you.
Thank you for having us, and thank you for the vote that you guys did for us twice now, and we, all really appreciate it. We're here today to request that the cap on the beach pedicabs be raised to better accommodate the local pedicab community, and we ask that the selection progress take into account all the business licenses issued to the drivers, not just the guys that own the tricycles. It was obvious you guys wanted to help us on the beach. However, the lotto that was settled on did not take into account the community that we have. Somewhere it was decided that it was more important to be fair and equitable to guys that own the pedicabs than the community that rents them. On top of that, 2 of the fleets gamed the system by splitting up and getting into multiple business licenses, thus managing to get 3 stickers each. 2 fleets got 6 of the 12 stickers. And I honestly doubt they have a single registered rider here like we do. But I don't have access to the license database. So I do know that nobody in the community wants to ride from them, and that they're not even full-time year-round businesses. Awesome Pedicab is the only company that has been here since 2013. We're the only operation that has maintained a business license since they have been available. On top of that, we are only company that requires all the riders to be licensed. Because of this overwhelming majority of licenses issued to drivers over the years have been to Awesome Pedicab drivers. On top of that, Awesome Pedicab is the only operation that has been dedicated to human-powered pedicabs this entire time. Yet we all share one decal. I am all for capping the amount of pedicabs on the beach. Every summer, a new operation from out of town shows up here and crowds the beach a little bit more. Some don't last.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. I'm sorry your time is up, but we heard you, and I think staff heard you, and
Well, thank you very much.
we will follow up. Thank you very much. Okay, so now am I moving back? Everybody look across the room. Anybody else from open public comment that you see whose name I called who's now here? No? Okay, good. Moving on now to my list of people here on closed session and other items. We're back to George Centeno, Craig Miller, and Miranda McLaughlin are our first 3 speakers. Mr. Centeno. And I don't think I've ever seen you in person. We've only spoken on the phone.
Wow.
Is that right?
Yes.
No?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff. I'm George Centeno, a retired Santa Monica employee, a police executive for 2 agencies, longtime resident of Santa Monica, still live here today, and now Vice Chair of the Santa Monica Police Reform Oversight Commission. And I understand that you're going to be moving to closed session to discuss an item regarding some of the commission members that are here today that will probably be speaking. As the vice chair, I felt a little bit compelled to come down and speak, not so much to advocate for any commissioner. That's not my phone. Any commissioner, but just to point out some things that I know you'll be going through when you hear from the city attorney in closed session. With regard to the ordinance and required training for commissioners, I was my understanding that 2 of the commissioners had concerns about attending the training for ADA concerns, and it was not my business to find out the extent of the ADA concerns. That's confidential information. With the 3rd commissioner, I understand it. This commissioner was in school, and during the time of the training, she was in the middle of turning in midterms and finals and preparing for the finals, and was inundated with school, getting ready to graduate from SMC. I know that you're going to take into all those considerations. I know that you're also going to be counseled by the city attorney on the litigation aspects, and particularly the ordinance, because I understand the training is an expressed requirement. I don't think there's any ambiguity there, but like any law, there is the letter of the law and there is the spirit of the law. And I know that you'll take all of those into account, and I know you'll make the best decision for the commission. Thank you very much for your
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Centeno. And let me call Craig Miller up.
I'm sorry.
Good
Madam-
timing.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I just got notified that some of the gentlemen who were here for general input are back in the room.
Okay, and are they, can you tell me who they are?
I don't know all of them, but
Okay, well, so let me try again. Is Jesus or Jesus here? No.
Oh my God.
Well, look, okay, Keith Brown, is Keith Brown, good, get up here and talk. And then I'm going to call a couple more names. William Cobian. Oh, okay, are you, may he go first? Jesus.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much. I
Just line
apologize.
up on the wall the other names I call. Jesus,
Okay,
talk.
hi. So, my name's Jesus. I've been pedicabbing since 2018 with business licenses and everything. I've been renting from John. And yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys for voting twice for having pedicabs on the beach. And just like John said, I guess it was overlooked about the cap and how many pedicabbers in the community kind of were left out. This has been like my main source of income since 2018, and since the cap has been placed, it's been a huge burden. But yeah, thank you for listening, and I appreciate it. That's it.
Thank you, Jesus. And after Jesus, we have Keith Brown, William Cobian, and Luis Tabares.
Hey, thanks for having us over again. Sorry, we don't know how everything works all the time. But once again, thank you for voting for us. Sadly,
I'm sorry, can you tell me what your name is?
My name is Keith Brown.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to keep track.
Oh, it's great. It's great. So sadly, the bureaucratic side of the whole government has messed up, has made it into a debacle. So 1 out of 12 went to the largest pedicab company that has been human powered consistently. And it just doesn't seem fair. A lot of these people have never biked on this bike path, period. And I know the councilmember Negrete has actually seen one of them up on the ocean front, I think, Ocean Drive, where he's just speeding because he's motorized, and not safe, very loud, not paying attention to traffic. And she brought it up as a concern. So we know that that guy got three tickets, 3 stickers, by the way. So a lot of these people who've never actually operated on the bike path have been chosen to show how pedicabs would operate on the bike path, which doesn't make sense. We're the ones who've been fighting for it. We're the ones who've come to every meeting that we needed to come to, have made this an issue, have brought community input in with signatures and everything. And right now we have 10 licensed pedicabbers who are doing business in Santa Monica who are now effectively out of business. And we can't do anything on the bike path till next year. And these guys who don't know how to operate are probably going to cause more problems than anything else and make us look bad. Make you guys look like fools too, just because you guys allowed it. It's not fair. So that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Brown. William Cobian, and then William Cobian. There we go.
Hi, William Cobian. And without repeating everything that my coworkers repeated, I just want to give you guys perspective. This decision that they made to only grant 1 permit to our operation of like almost 15 guys, personally, it feels like 75% of my earning potential has been cut from under me. And because I work for myself as an independent small business in Santa Monica, I cannot claim partial unemployment. My job has been taken away from me. This is the longest job that I've ever had. I've been doing this for close to a decade. I feel robbed, and it's completely unfair because I know it's not on you guys, but I would say a good 90% of the guys that got those permits on their bikes now have the motors back on them. And that's what's frustrating. It's not the community that got the permits. That's it.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments, Mr. Cobian. Luis Tabares.
I'm Jason.
Oh, well, you can go. Wait, Jason.
Gladstone.
I'm sorry.
Jason Gladstone.
Okay, go ahead, click, Jason. Thank you.
Hi, guys. My name is Jason Gladstone. I'm actually from New York City, been a pedicab driver there since, an operator since 2002, out here operating since 2015. And I just wanted to say that 10 permits, just to me, I feel is just not fair, because there are way more bikes and drivers that supersede that amount. And I'll also say this, I got a permit and I'm very happy, and we thank you very much also for working with us, and we like to work with the community. And I wouldn't be here actually and have a permit if it wasn't for John Barry, the owner of Awesome Pedicabs, because he's one of the best advocates we have. And I think if it wasn't for him, maybe this whole thing wouldn't have been granted, the permits entirely anyway. But there are a lot of unscrupulous individuals out there that should be eliminated. And I just hope that at some point sooner than later, you guys maybe open up the gamut and maybe allow more permits than less to be legalized on that path. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Gladstone. Okay, and Luis Tabares.
Hello, everybody. I'm Luis Tabares, and I was born in Santa Monica right here. I've been here 61 years already, and I've been doing the pedicabbing for like 5 years. And I enjoy it so much. It's the best job I ever made, because I'm cruising around the beach and I like the fresh air. And I enjoy it, but I think it was unfair that some of my buddies didn't get their decals. And we're like 14 of us, and I think it's just unfair. If you guys can consider it and give us, give us more bikes allowed to be at the beach, I would appreciate it so much, Because I want to keep doing this a couple more years, if I can.
Thank you, Mr. Tabares.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming and speaking to us. And the last two speakers on this, if they're here, are Joel Martinez and Randy Metz. Are they here? Yeah. Okay, good. So let's start with Joel Martinez, then Randy Metz. And then I think we're done the consent, the public input section.
Hi, I'm
Yes.
Joel Martinez.
Thank you.
I've been pedicabbing since 2018. And more than anything, I noticed we provide like almost a security ambassador sort of service out there. Like, people come to us for all sorts of things. Like, it can get like pretty violent out there, like I've given so many rides to people who got in like crazy altercations, stolen, running late for their plane, yeah, I think there should be more people allowed to be on the bike path that been doing it and been abiding by all the the rules and regulations. And another thing is, it doesn't feel very safe up in the streets where we're allowed. Like, that's when most of the customers get a little bit worried, because there's all types of like crazy drivers, drunk drivers on the weekends. We could be as safe as possible out there, but there's no avoiding like a crazy car accident that happens almost regularly. So that's all I gotta say.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And so you must be
Randy Metz.
Randy Metz.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to be reading from Chris Rink, who actually tested COVID today. He thinks, so he stayed home.
My condolences.
So I'm going to read his thing, if that's okay.
Yes.
My name is Chris Rink. I'm a Santa Monica resident. Sadly, I can't be here in person due to COVID exposure. I'm very disappointed in the way the mobility department has handled the pedicab pilot program. Many of the faces you'll see and voices you'll hear will be very familiar. Each and every one of us has been in front of you on the Parks and Rec Committee multiple times. We've shown you what an asset we are to the community, and almost each and every one of us was deprived of a chance to compete for permit. Light went out. By shutting out and not taking into account the over 80% of licensed pedicab drivers who do not own their own bike, we got effectively slapped in the face. To give you a few more numbers, 90% of licenses were awarded to companies that have zero interest in complying with the non-motorized regulations. One of them showed up to get the sticker while still having a motor on the bike. Yet instead of immediately losing the sticker, which such an in-your-face rule breaking should have incurred, the company was the light keeps going out. The company was given another chance to comply. Why is this mobility department allowed to act this way? Do they want the program to fail? Because it seems that to me they are sabotaging both the work of City Council and us. There were motorized cabs operating with impunity all weekend, yet our drivers are being harassed all the way to Venice. And one more set of numbers. Awesome Pedicab has combined between all of the drivers and the operator over 65 years time in business, licensed businesses, I should add. Why are we treated with so much disrespect? And that was from Chris, who could not be here. And then for me, it's made it very hard for me to like, am I going to make any money?
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for coming for your friend. Okay, so council, I think we have something, I can't ignore this, that we have to discuss. Since it is now 6:35 approximately, is that, yes. And we might finish this public comment by 6:45, which leaves us no time for closed session.
Well, we'd still do closed session.
No, because we need to be back at 7.
No earlier than 7.
Okay. I thought that our rule at this point was that we would come back at 7 and finish afterwards if we were not.
That's incorrect. It says you can't start any earlier than 7.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so let me call again. So we finished George Centeno. We have the next 3 are Craig Miller, Miranda McLaughlin, and Michelle Wittig. And you haven't added the names of the other people, Nikki, I think. So let me just make sure while they're coming up. The Robbie Jones and Erica Leslie both are here on closed session. Is that right?
Yes. Unfortunately, I can't move them out of the section.
Yeah, who else is in? Is there?
Joanne Berlin.
I have, right. Oh, I have her name here. Thank you. Okay, so Craig Miller.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Nice to see you all. Also, I just want to observe the last time I was here, I, like the rest of you and us, received a notice that that there had been a possible COVID exposure inside of the chamber. So I just want to note that because it's somewhat relevant to the agenda item. And I also just want to acknowledge and be happy about us being in more virologically safe, in a more virologically safe era. I choose to wear a mask even now. I notice our distinguished city manager chooses to wear a mask even now. I notice our distinguished council members choose not to, and I'm glad that there's room for all of that. All of those individual decisions inside of our city and inside of this chamber. Thank you very much for your service to our city. Thank you for the opportunity you've afforded me to be of service to the council and to the city. And of course, a very big thank you to the dedicated men and women of the Santa Monica Police Department for all they do day in and day out on our behalf, and importantly, in our name. I'm proud to be among the 11 people originally appointed to serve on the PSROC, and I want to thank this council for recently reappointing Commissioner Joe Palazzolo and me to new full terms. Commissioner Palazzolo and I are very different people and represent very different points of view, but each of us provides something that the commission has been sorely lacking and desperately needs, and that's continuity. This constant turnover of members. One was a happy occasion, but on the other instances, we've been losing good and valuable people, and it is an impediment to the important work of the commission. I don't know how timing is going to work out. I believe I have 4, but just in case I don't. I want to.
Oh, you do? Oh, so. Okay, keep going. You have 2 more minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to go out of order here and say I don't really want to weigh in a micro way either. I sort of respect the different roles and appropriate boundaries. But we're dealing with an issue that goes right to the heart of this commission and its capacity to function. And I do feel compelled to say that what Commissioner Angela Scott brings to this commission is needed. She's engaged. She's a veteran. She understands a whole wide range of issues and balancing the need for good public safety with individual rights and a deep understanding of how many people in the public don't feel that policing is equitably applied. She is a necessary element in this commission. I think notions of removing her are just deeply, deeply troubling. I also want to briefly mention that Commissioner Miranda McLaughlin-Becerre has come to me as a fellow commissioner. We are not ideologically aligned, but we are aligned as people who care about this city. She cares about this city. 2 out of 3 youth commissioners to date have had some difficulties in fully stepping into the role. So I think, as some prior speakers said, the opportunity to cut some slack here, I think is real and is needed. I also just want to briefly say, let's not be selective about which rules we need to absolutely follow and where there's flexibility. Because, for example, I'm pretty sure the commission was charged with presenting a report to this council by a date certain. So I may be wrong on that, but I think I'm correct. But there's that and other examples where we need to be operating in more.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And I think that we have Miranda McLaughlin next. Great, let's hear from you.
Good evening, honorable council members, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and Mayor Hemelridge. I would first like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. My name is Miranda McLaughlin-Becerre, and I'm a member of the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. I wanted to explain why I missed the mandatory SMPD safety trainings. Prior to the date of the training, I informed Miss Lisa Parsons that I had final exams at Santa Monica College. I told her that I would be happy to do a makeup session. She presented me with tentative list of dates and times, and I told her that any of them would work for me. In the meantime, I was attending all the other trainings that did not conflict with my exam schedule. On September 14, Lisa Parsons told me that she would let me know when the makeup training was going to take place. Then on September 22nd, Lisa Parsons told me I was going to be removed from the commission for not taking the training. I'm still more than happy to take a makeup training session, but as of yet, I have not been informed of any scheduled dates for makeup training. It has been an honor to serve on the Safety Commission, and I appreciate that you all had enough confidence in me to appoint me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, and for coming and testifying. I know it's hard when you're a student. So, Ms. Whittick, if you'll stand there for 1 minute, and let me call the next 3 speakers. So, following Ms. Whittick, we have Anna, no last name, Janet McKeithen, Joanne Berlin. I'm going to throw a couple of the...
Anna donated time to Craig Miller.
I'm sorry, who did?
Anna did.
Oh, so we won't be hearing from Anna. I'm sorry. So let's have, I see Robbie Jones is on the wall, and where'd Robbie go? Oh, and Erica. Wait, so we have Erica. Hold on. Look, I understand, but you aren't on my regular list, guys. So what I'm doing is I'm weaving you in with the people already here. So we have Joanne. Say that again? Oh, Angela, yes, I have Angela further, but not on this particular, I'm doing the best I can. Okay, so after Michelle, we're going to have Janet McKeithen and Joanne Berlin. Okay, and I see Janet's in line, and Joanne, you can wait, but you're the next one after, and then Brian, and then I'll call, okay, but let's go, Michelle.
Good evening, council members. My name is Michelle Whittick, and I'm here to oppose the proposal by the Police Officers Association to remove certain commissioners from the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. Daryl Good, our local NAACP president, asked me to tell you that he endorses the letter that I submitted to you yesterday to council meeting items. I hope that you've had a chance to read it. It doesn't appear in the agenda packet. As most of you know, Mr. Good was on the advisory committee which urged the City Council to establish an oversight commission that would make it possible for Santa Monica residents to have a say in how their city public safety is conducted. Whether you were on the streets on May 31st, 2020 or not, I believe that each of you on the dais, whether you were appointed or elected, believes that what happened that day was the immediate cause of the commission being established. I also believe, and I think that some of you do as well, that Santa Monica's Oversight Commission is our best hope for moving beyond the public safety failures that both the residents and the officers experienced that day. And I think we are all committed to transforming the chaos of that week to a better community that has public safety reform at its core. If you believe, as I do, that a robust, independent, and civilian oversight.
Thank you, and I'm sorry your time is up. Thank you.
The police officer.
Thank you. Yes, Reverend McKethan, please step up.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. The Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission was established to provide oversight and reform to the police department. The POA seems to be working to make sure that the commission is not effective. This is a common occurrence. It's what happens all the time. But so far, the City Council has enabled it to happen. I understand it's difficult to stop this running train, but it can be done. This started when the PSROC was established. The police union issued a statement saying they wanted the police officers to lead this moment. Police officers can't really lead their own oversight. No group can effectively lead their own oversight. Stating the obvious, in order to be effective, an oversight commission needs to be independent, but the POA objected to the exclusion of SMPD officers on the commission, from the commission. In 2021, in order to avoid a lawsuit, the city curtailed the commission's powers and agreed to revisions including mandatory training of commissioners, which they've all sought to do. One of those targeted for removal tonight, as you've heard, is Angela Scott. Here are some facts about her case. Angela Scott missed 1 hour of training sessions because it would have been unsafe for her to attend in person. It was held indoors during the pandemic. She is immunocompromised and is the mother of a child who is severely immunocompromised. Her requests to attend meetings virtually are out of necessity. She was refused accommodations. On May 27th, the city manager advised Commissioner Scott that the city would provide the training with the accommodations noted by the ADA advisor. To date, the training for Commissioner Scott has not been arranged. Why are Angela and the 2 other commissioners being put through such hoops by the POA? And ask yourself, why are the POA threatening the city with lawsuits anyway? What is the fear behind all of this? If the POA truly wants to...
Thank you. I'm so sorry your time is up, but I do appreciate your comments. And Ms. Berlin, please step up. And and I want to ask all of you who are standing in the back of the room, if you could please be seated. Typically, our police officers ask you to be seated, but unless you are Ms. Berlin, Erica Leslie, Brian, or Denise Barton, you should be sitting down. So there you go. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I really, this is a very complex situation, and I don't know what I'm going to say tonight, really, but I do want to reaffirm some of the history for those of you who can hear this in the public and those of you who don't know what we're talking about. The Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission has been like a salmon swimming upstream in this city since its initiation not that long ago. And the first roadblocks were put up by the POA, which is the Police Officers Association, which is the equivalent of the union for police officers in this town. And they stopped the moving forward of the establishment of the commission by insisting that they be able to dictate certain conditions, or they would bring a lawsuit. Unfortunately, from my point of view, the city council did not make them follow through on that and try to sue, because what little I know about it, I don't think they had a case. Their head of their union at the time was involved in all of the planning coming up on the beginning of this commission. Anyway, we are now, fast forward, at another lawsuit being threatened by the police union to weaken this commission further, and to weaken it by removing 3 people who have been through the majority of the training. You heard Miranda. She was told that she would be able to make up the time, and yet that didn't happen. Nobody followed through and told her when she could do that. The same is true.
Thank you, Ms. Berlin. I'm so sorry your time is up. And it's 2 minutes each. Everybody gets to. It does go fast. Yeah, Erica, Leslie, and then Brian. Sorry, that's the order you were standing in. I'm going to cover everybody.
Good evening. You guys keep telling me you're going to make this thing taller for tall people. I feel discriminated against.
You are. They made it for me.
Only for short people. I'm just, man. Listen, I don't understand how we got here. This is something that was approved by the city council. Our police union and our police officers work for the city. We are supposed to be a progressive city. This is something that you said, the city council said needed to take place. Aren't you all in support of this? The police department was supposed to be also in support of this. We have to be ADA compliant. The people that volunteer to take these boards and commissions are our valued and treasured residents of the city. We have to support them, and we have to make allotments for them to be able to serve the city. How are we going to get people to even serve if they're going to be targeted? I don't understand how everyone can sit here and be so calm. We should all be a little enraged, because this should never take place in our city. I know there are good officers and there are also bad officers, but we have to also make sure that it's equitable for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Leslie. Mr. Stroud, sorry, I always mess that up. And then Ms. Barton, and then I believe Robbie Jones was also scheduled to speak on this item. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. Hi, council members. It's great to see you all again. Hope you all are well. I'm here to stand in solidarity with the 3 commissioners on the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission, who I've heard are being threatened with a lawsuit to have them removed from the commission because of a failure to meet in person for training during the COVID-19.
Brian, sorry to interrupt. Do you mind? You're tall too. Yeah, if you can just get a little closer so everyone can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. I'm here to stand in solidarity with the 3 commissioners on the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission, who I have heard are being threatened with a lawsuit to have them removed from the commission because of a failure to meet in person for a training during the COVID-19 pandemic, and also apparently a school final exam. I understand there are a lot of politics surrounding this commission, but the health and safety and also education of our residents must never be politicized. I hope this silly threat is dropped and the commission can work closely with our outstanding police force in good faith to create a productive commission that improves our city for everyone. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Brian. Ms. Barton?
I'm speaking on 2 items.
Okay, which ones, please?
The city manager and the consent calendar.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, what? She's speaking on 2 of the items listed. So she's speaking on consent and on the special report by the city manager. So she gets 4 minutes.
No, you have 1 minute each, right?
Yeah. Yes, 1 minute each.
Oh, 1 minute each,
Yeah.
sorry. There you go. Thank you.
Good evening. For the city manager, please allow me to further describe the bright light on the roof of the NRDC building. When I say the light is not shielded properly, I'm not saying that it's not shielded, because it is shielded on top. So the light doesn't bother the tenants in the penthouse units. So it would appear that it was done intentionally to only negatively affect housing choice voucher tenants' units, in addition to being done through the backroom administrative approval process, putting the housing choice voucher tenants at further disadvantage from being able to comment on the design. Or would that be why it was done through the administrative approval process specifically? I've been busy. I wasn't able to send the pictures, but nothing has changed. So instead of correcting the issue, code compliance is allowed to make it worse. The partition. Leaving me to wonder, are you retaliating against me or just giving me the middle finger as a housing choice voucher tenant? Next, item 5F, salary resolution. I would like to request that you pull this item because the pertinent information on the cost and numbers included in attachment A, salary resolution 9/27/22, was unavailable to the public 72 hours before tonight's city council meeting. Due to when you click on attachment A, it goes to the document appears to be corrupted and cannot be displayed message. Others got the same message too. So I hope you can understand my position that you cannot properly do an analyzation of this item without that information to see if the elimination of one position in the rent control department will cover the cost of a new information manager, hourly salary increases, and a 7% increase for the Big Blue Bus as an incentive for hiring. For these reasons, I request that you pull item 5F tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. So, Robbie. So our next speakers are Robbie Jones, Angela Scott, and Robbie, I don't even know if you're speaking. And I think that, oh.
Yeah, I couldn't see your whole list, but I knew some of.
Yeah, so my list is basically because Brian Stedstra, yeah. So we have Robbie and Erica spoke already. So yes, Robbie Jones and Angela Scott, you're up.
And we are different people.
You are? I'm sorry, I thought you were wearing
Hairstyles, but
blue,
different
my
folks.
fault.
Different folks, okay. Y'all know I got a lot to say, but I can't, so I got 2 minutes. Okay, so let's start. I'm here to really urge you all to reject the petition of the POA to terminate Public Safety Oversight Commissioners Angela Scott, Jaime Cruz, and Miranda McLaughlin-Baser. This is crazy, folks. Come on. We know what this is about. We know what this is about. This is really, I mean, my community knows what it's about. They feel it's about racism. They feel it's about struggle for power and control and narcissism. I mean, how can you believe that you don't have any faults? How do the police police themselves when you have a review on your job, especially to a community that you work for? They're not allowed to say anything about what you're doing? Come on, that is just ridiculous to me. Okay, scratch that to the side, put it to the side for the moment. Angela Scott, I worked with Angela Scott in the very first appointed committee to actually bring forth this commission. Angela worked hard as she does with everything. I mean, she goes hard. You heard all of her credentials. You've read about all her credentials. But the one thing I can say is she was on that commission to ask the hard questions. And that's what they don't like about her. She's the only one that did that. Now, I don't know about training, but I do know that we ask for training. Our community asks that the officers are trained to come to the community and learn about the community and learn about us, not just to go and learn about how great the department is. Every department, and I'm not saying our police department is.
I'm sorry, Ms. Jones, your time is up. I knew you would run out, and you did too. Thank you. Yeah, Ms. Scott, let's go. Me too happens to me, and I see we have Samantha Moda. Is she added to the list? And is she a late chit or a regular chit?
No, she's on time. She just signed up in the wrong space originally.
No, that's, unless you want, you guys decide. I don't.
Hi, council members. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm here in support for the 3 commissioners who are being considered to be kicked off and vacant, like their seats considered vacant. I think that's a horrible decision, and I know what it feels like to be unfairly stripped of positions. And so I think they should be held on and not kicked off. And that's all I have to say for tonight. Thank you. Keep it short.
Thanks, Ms. Moda. I owe you a call. I know I do. Angela Scott.
Whew, let me breathe. Good evening, council members. I think you've heard everyone speak about exactly why I'm here. I just kind of want to shed light on who I am a little bit so you understand. Like Robbie says, yes, I go hard. I ask the tough questions. I'm a journalist at heart. I'm award-winning journalist, but that's not what we're talking about today. Today, I really want to talk about ADA accommodations within a global pandemic. And for me, as a veteran with service-connected disabilities, along with my daughter who has lupus. Okay, she had a seizure on Friday. As I'm sitting here trying to gather my notes, she's at school at lunchtime having a seizure. And yet people wonder what kind of ADA accommodations I need. She has 6 different autoimmune disorders. Look it up at UCLA. And when you do, please pay my bill. I'm just put that out there. But when we talk about what I have done, I have chaired several of our committees, subcommittees within our commission. I have rallied and supported the other commissioners that are here. And for me, on May 27th, I had spoken to our city manager who informed me that the ADA advisor had said that they would prepare and have me have training for the 1 hour that I had missed. Mind you, I've been on this, like Robbie said, I was on the committee and the commission. So I've had training over the past 2.5 years. So we're talking about 1 hour that I asked to have accommodations for, and yet they have not been arranged. And oh, by the way, though, May 31st came and nothing. I was denied multiple times. And even when our administrator, Ms. Parsons, asked, I was still denied. I was ready to present all of my paperwork and document to state why I need ADA accommodations. Why am I going to risk my life, the life of my child?
Thank you, Ms. Scott, and thank you for coming out tonight. And I hope your daughter is better. Thank you. That does end our, yes, that ends our public comment in this portion of our meeting. Now, typically, we say we'll be back no earlier than 7 o'clock. Oh, yes, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, Mayor, I want to raise a question of privilege affecting the Assembly. In the spirit of improving our meeting protocols and governance, I want to raise a few concerns and offer some solutions. The City Council has endured some conflicts, in terms of how we run the meetings, and so the presiding officer's responsibility is to adhere to parliamentary procedure as required by City Resolution 11360, which outlines the City Council meeting rules of order and procedure. This is not just a technicality. Of proper parliamentary procedure is critical to having smooth, efficient, and fair meetings. Robert's Rules requires the presiding officer to clarify and restate motions immediately after they are seconded, allow all other council members to speak before adding their own opinion, her or your own opinion, give the floor to individual speakers in turn, and prevent back and forth discussion. The presiding officer's regular procedural violations have prevented council members from speaking, having equal access to the floor, making motions, addressing motions that have been made, and knowing precisely what they're voting on. These breaches unduly influence deliberations, unnecessarily prolong our meetings, prevent equal participation of all council members in discussion, and interfere with the democratic governance of the city. Therefore, I have a request and a motion. I request that the city attorney commit to vigilantly monitor city council meetings and intervene as often as necessary to ensure city council adherence to Robert's Rules of Order and to protect the rights of all city council members. And because almost everybody on the council is fairly new, soon there will be at least two new council members. We want to create healthier habits and equip council members to adhere to parliamentary procedure. And it can simply and effectively shorten our meetings, I hope. I move that the city manager or city attorney arrange for all council members to receive a crash course of training in Robert's Rules of Order by a professional parliamentarian within 30 days in a public forum that is broadcast live by video so everyone, including residents and board and commission members, can learn from it. And anyway, that's the motion that I want to put forward.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? I was under the impression that you had requested Councilmember De La Torre to say this.
No. What I understood is that there was going to be a request to bring forth some kind of training on Robert's Rules, in which we were planning as far as preparing an orientation manual for new council members, which would be supplied to the existing council members too, so we were already planning on that. I did not understand the depth of what was just discussed. And also, while yes, we're happy to provide that manual, I don't think, this isn't on the agenda, so I don't think we can have an action item here.
So in other words, it's not agendized, it's not a Brown Act, right? So it hasn't been noticed pursuant to the Brown Act, and as
Right.
I understand, so are you saying that it's out of order under the Brown Act?
It would be properly placed as a 16 item, I believe.
In our next meeting?
Yes.
Do you have a problem with that, Councilmember De La Torre?
That's perfectly fine. However we can get it done, it's perfectly fine.
But we were planning on providing an orientation manual, which includes council rules of procedure and Robert's Rules.
Thank you. And I assume, by the way, that you have been monitoring meetings for correct procedure.
Yes. And I'm here to assist anytime somebody requests it.
Well, I just heard an allegation that we have constantly engaged in improper procedures in our meetings, and I would like you to state on behalf of the city attorney's office whether you think that's correct.
I would not say I've seen any severe violations. Any council meeting is going to vary from the rules a bit here and there. That's true of every council here and there. But for example, people speak without being recognized, and technically somebody has the floor until they are finished speaking. Those types of things tend to get a little blurred. But I don't believe it's my role to stop people from talking.
So let me ask you now, so you have now told us that this violates the Brown Act. So do I rule Councilmember De La Torre out of order and in violation of the Brown Act?
No, I would advise the council that it's not a proper motion at this time.
So we won't be hearing it.
Correct.
So, and I will rule that we won't be hearing your motion tonight.
And the appropriate rule then would be to bring this item back as a 16 item.
That's correct.
So I'll do that, and I'll make sure we bring it back so that we can take a vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything else? Good, then we will retire to closed session. When do you think we will be back?
Madam Mayor,
I'm
if
sorry.
I could please read the items into the record first.
I'm sorry, yes, please.
Closed session item 3A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Litigation has been initiated formally pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D1, NMS 1539 LLC and others versus the City of Santa Monica and others, Central District, I don't need to read that, sorry. In item 3B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subsection D2, 2 cases.
So we will adjourn until what time, do you think?
I would estimate about an hour from now.
Okay, so we will be back at 8:08. 8:10. We'll be back at 8:10. Thank you very much. Is that, say it? Today. Welcome back to the September 27th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. We took a little longer, for which I apologize. And let me turn to our city attorney and ask, do we have anything to report from
There's
closed
nothing to report from the closed session. Thank you.
Okay, so that being done, I'm going to turn to our city clerk and ask her to call the next item.
First, I believe we have some agenda management for item 16C.
4B, aren't we on 4B?
But I believe we have, oh, I'm sorry, you're right. I'm sorry, I'm trying to move along quickly too.
And I understand.
Like, item 4B, the city manager report.
Yes, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. So as posted on the agenda, we have two planned updates, and I'll give a brief one before then. So I'm going to give first a quick update on the reframe project. And for those in the audience, and certainly for all of City Council, and for everyone watching home, I hope everyone will take a moment to check out the youth art display in the lobby of Historic City Hall that is part of the Reframe Together project, an initiative to recontextualize the Stanton McDonald Wright murals in City Hall. Muralist and educator Glenna Avila led several Reframe youth workshops around themes of belonging and representation with Virginia Avenue Park, Crest, and PAL youth groups. Now the students' artwork explores questions about what their Santa Monica looks like and means to them. We hope everyone will take a moment to enjoy the artwork created by some future budding artists from all across Santa Monica. And then so we have two items that I want to give updates on. The first one, I will lead providing council with an update on the implementation of our transition to permanent outdoor dining. And then I'll be inviting up our Community Development Director, David Martin, to provide an update about the proposed mixed-use project at Ocean Park in Lincoln. So let me start with a quick update on outdoor dining. And this is really done in response. Obviously, we had some robust public comment earlier in the evening, and then there's been questions that have come up from City Council about the program itself, and obviously other different community input. So I just want to give this quick update. We have launched, as you all know, a full court press to transition to permanent outdoor dining programs. And certainly it's a really exciting moment, right? Something that was innovated during COVID, that was temporary, that was uncertain. Council took action earlier this year to make a permanent fixture of our community, and we're really excited by this transition. So let me start off with some of the outreach that we've been accomplished over the past week. So last Friday, we had a Parklet pop-up event. The Friday before last. Staff hosted a very well-attended event on September 16th on Main Street. Approximately 120 people, including businesses and residents, stopped by to speak with staff and enjoy a variety of activities. And thank you, Mayor, for kicking off the event for Coffee with the Mayor. Sorry I missed that because I do love coffee. We then had two Parklet and Sidewalk dining webinars. Additional follow-up with businesses by staff included two webinars that occurred earlier last week to answer questions about the Parklet and Sidewalk dining programs, and approximately 35 businesses participated in the discussions. And one of the webinars is now posted up on the city's website for folks to go back to. So I do want to address the promenade. There have been some questions about what timeframes they're subject to. So let me just quickly dive into that. For promenade restaurants that are currently utilizing the extended sidewalk, which is to the curb, dining with a valid permit issued under the pilot program, the city has hired and is paying for a certified access specialist consultant to determine whether the existing sidewalk dining area configurations comply with ADA requirements. Once the report is completed, the businesses will be contacted with options to continue to operate sidewalk dining that complies with ADA requirements. In the interim, promenade sidewalk dining that was authorized under the pilot program will be granted an extension to December 31st, 2022. Parklet applications. So far to date, the number keeps increasing, fortunately. We now have approximately 74 parklet applications have been received, with the vast majority coming from existing parklet operators. Staff are currently reviewing the applications, corresponding with applicants to address questions, and processing for provisional permit approval. The next item that has certainly been a big topic of conversation, and I do really want to commend the City Council for bringing these issues forward and the work of staff to try to find ways to accommodate. And this has to do with the area of wastewater capital facility fees. So I want to just quickly clarify where we are at regarding the fees themselves. So for parklet operators, and I want to be really clear, that increase the number of approved restaurant seats to place on their parklets, thereby triggering wastewater capital facility fees, also known as capacity fees, the city may include a payment plan in their license agreements. To qualify for a payment plan, a parklet operator must pay the City of Los Angeles fees that are charged to the City of Santa Monica for treatment of wastewater. This is about 20% of the total capacity fee prior to the city's issuance of a parklet license agreement. So that will occur after the provisional period, which expires February of 2023. The payment plan will amortize payments of the remaining capacity fee, so about 80%, which is Santa Monica's portion, over a 2-year period to be paid in monthly installments. Pursuant to our municipal code, parklet permits are valid for an initial period not to exceed 2 years and may be renewed for successive 2-year periods. Should a parklet operator or city terminate the license agreement prior to the 2-year license term, no capacity fees will be owed from the date of termination, right? So if someone enters into a license agreement, is 1 year in, they close their business, that fee will be terminated, and whatever's left to be paid could be picked up by a future operator. Provided that a parklet operator complies with the terms of the license agreement, the city may consent to the transfer of the license agreement to another qualified business that meets the city's operator parklet requirements. If such transfer occurs, the new parklet operator would be responsible for the monthly capacity fee payment until the 2-year payment period is completed. The city uses the capacity fee to pay for unaccounted for infrastructure improvements due to an increase to existing water and or wastewater service. In 2020, based on its review of a rate study and capital facility fee study, City Council adopted a wastewater rate structure and capital facility fee structure aimed to maintain high-quality, reliable water and wastewater collection services, reduce the city's reliance on imported water supplies, and maintain adequate reserve levels to ensure continuity of water and wastewater system operations. Another question that has come up has to do with the issue of the placement of propane tanks and canopies. And so what I want to clarify for the City Council is 2 areas of the fire code that we are implementing. The first area of the fire code talks about the storage or use of portable outdoor gas-fired heating appliances is prohibited in any of the following locations: inside of any occupancy where connected to the fuel gas container, and inside of any tents, canopies, and membrane structures. The fire code is also clear that portable outdoor gas-fired heating appliances shall not be located beneath or closer than 5 feet to combustible decorations and combustible overhangs, awnings, sunshades, or similar combustible attachment to buildings. Updates to the program will be included in the Parklet Manual to reflect new information about the wastewater fees, as well as other general comments that need better clarification, as we are now focused on processing the 74 applications and working directly with businesses to fully realize the program. And that's the update we have there.
Yes, Councilmember Negretti, I think, wants to comment and maybe give direction.
Thank you for that. That was very informative, and I appreciate looking into expanding the wastewater fee, but I do want to direct staff to do a study session and relook at the Parklet program, because besides the things that were mentioned, there were some other issues that were brought up, including using more than 2 parking spots, if the neighboring business allowed the existing Parklet to use their parking spots, still some confusion around the heat lamps, and other construction issues around the Parklet itself. And then the wastewater fee was still a concern in terms of whether or not it should apply to parklets, since they are in a public right-of-way and not a new building or construction. So I'm hoping we can direct staff to relook at the Parklet program.
How soon?
I mean, I know that we have until February 28th, or at least businesses have until February 28th. So I'm going to look to the city manager in terms of how soon. I don't want to impose.
Assuming we gave it, how soon could we gave the direction, how soon could it be?
Well, if the direction is to merely bring back the same staff report and presentation that we did to council back in June 28, I mean, it would, from my perspective, we simply would bring that back forward, and then we could have a conversation about the program itself. Specific timing, we could work with either October 11th or October 25th. We'll just look at the agenda and see what works.
Is that going to give us the opportunity to have the discussion about wastewater fee applicability in terms of
program?
In terms of the parking spaces, all of it, right?
That's all part of the entire Parklet program. So
at that point, we could have that discussion. Whether or not you bring the same staff report or not doesn't matter. We'll have the staff here to have the discussion, right?
if that's the wish of the council to have a study session and relook at the program, yeah.
Yeah.
But so my question is, should we look at agenda management and figure out a light meeting to do it, or does it need to be next month? I mean, we're now at September 26th, right? And we're talking about October 11th.
I think next month.
Okay, so excuse me, okay, well, I can have the city manager, Councilmember Brock.
I had a couple of maybe boilerplate questions. I had a restaurateur today who called me and said, I have to remove part of my parklet. What's my deadline? How quickly do I have to remove the parts? I didn't know an answer. I suggested he call David Martin to try and find out. But I said the Parklet program takes effect October 1st. So for that gentleman, if he's listening, and any other restaurateurs on the boulevards, not on the promenade, when do they have to shrink to 2 spaces? What is their deadline to tear out their area?
If you provide us with the name and number of that person, I'd be more than happy to have staff get back to them and answer their question.
Right. Do we have a general answer?
I do not know, but I would have the staff member respond.
Nobody knows.
Good evening, Jason Klieger, Mobility Division. So if that operator submitted their application before the deadline, which was September 15th, then they would be in the queue to obtain a provisional permit, which would then give them an off-ramp of February 28th, 2023 to come into compliance.
So they have 4 months, basically, to come into compliance if they filed on time.
Correct.
During those 4 months, can they still use that 3rd or 4th space?
Yep, exactly.
And
Yeah, they don't have to make any changes until that February 28th, 2023 deadline. If they didn't get their application in before the deadline, then they'll be subject to the new program, which starts on October 1st, and anything that they have that's out of compliance would have to be rectified immediately.
Okay, so they wouldn't have that 4 months to remove
Right.
2 parking spaces worth.
Correct.
Okay, that's one question. On the wastewater fees, now I know we had heard bandied around anywhere from, the original like 1 year or now to 5 years. How did we settle on 2 years?
No, excuse me.
What?
You're asking the city.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, go ahead.
Or Jay's probably the city manager. I have no idea who I'm asking. I just want to get.
The 2-year structure aligns with the 2-year license agreement. that's how it was generally come to.
And if I recall, now I had this conversation with city manager's office. Some restaurateurs and some people said, let's do a new study. And I wanted to, I think I heard it correctly that if we did a new study, there's a possibility that the rates might increase depending on what LA City was charging. Is that correct?
Well, there would be two components. There's a component of our fee that is tied to LA, and then the other component of our fee is tied to the cost of building out the infrastructure over time. So that infrastructure burden, I don't think has lessened at any point in time. So the reality is construction costs have gone up quite substantially over the past couple years. So I would reasonably anticipate that the cost of that infrastructure will go up. How that will impact the fees, would have to do that work, but my reasonable anticipation is that those fees will go up.
So it'd be better not to ask for a new study right now.
Well, from the perspective of the city, right?
We'd rather have a new study.
Arguably is more prudent to have an updated study on one hand, because it'll be more tightly connected to actual cost of construction. Which is why when it was updated in 2020, because it hadn't been touched in so long, the fees, there was such a big significant increase in the fees, right? So I think the last time it was updated was, I don't remember what it was, about 5 years or 4 years before 2020. So that's what could possibly happen.
Thank you very much for those answers.
So now let's move to the direction, right? The direction would be, and do you have a sense of what meeting you would put that over to?
What I really need to be responsible is just connect with staff. I got to make sure folks aren't on vacation or aren't around or at a conference. So I would assume it'll be October 11th or October 25th. I just got to confirm, make sure we have all the staff available so it can be a robust conversation.
Okay, great. So let's have this is not money. Yes.
I apologize. Are we basically just saying, yeah, I know we passed a statute 90 days ago, but now we're just kind of going to ignore that and start over? Or is this to really refine some particular pieces of it? Because I don't want to get in a situation where we pass ordinances and then we say, let's do a study session 90 days down the road on every ordinance. I mean, I think that's a bad precedent to set. But if there's certain things in particular that we're trying to address, then that's, obviously makes some sense. If it can be a little more surgical, then kind of let's crack the whole ordinance open. And that's just what I'm asking. I don't know.
So I defer to the council on that. I mean, we have a program that's being implemented, and the action taken by council has specific deadlines in it. So we are subject to that action by the council. So what changes at the study session, I can't predict.
So let's turn to Councilmember Negrete and see if she means to be surgical or expansive.
So there are specific issues. Obviously, we talked at great length and met with various restaurant owners who are experiencing the issue with our municipal code and the wording and the definitions, I think, which prompted the payment being spread over 2 years. But the question still lies as to whether or not the Parklet program should be charged this fee. So that was the question. There was some wording in there that wasn't very clear in one subset where it says it's only applicable to buildings and permanent structures, and another subset it says it's not. And then there was the idea that we had to have this payment up front, but now we're saying we can have it spread over time. So the wastewater fee was one specific issue. The second one was there was some confusion. There still sounds like there might be about when we went to the Parklet program, it's the day that it was presented, they had an example there that shows that you cannot have a canopy that reaches a certain height, but people got clearance to have canopies that are fire retardant and were approved by fire and building code inspection to have that height so that they could have a heat lamp in there. And so there's some confusion around, yes, that was clear, but in order to have the Parklet program, you can't have that height. And so therefore then you wouldn't be able to have the heater. And that's not very clear. And then the last thing is also the idea that if your neighbor is allowing you to use their 2 parking spots, are we going to make accommodations, or do people have to stick to just using the 2 parking spots?
All right. I mean, because what I hear is, for example, the question of whether or not the wastewater fee applies to parklets. That's a legal question. I don't know why we would have to have a study session on a legal question. I mean, we're not, if it's illegal to apply the wastewater fee to a parklet because it's not a quote unquote building, then, but if it isn't, I mean, it doesn't matter what we say. I mean, I guess what I'm just trying to do is, I understand we have some implementation issues, and I think we can address those. It sounds to me like staff, for example, on the wastewater fee has addressed those by saying we have to pay the City of LA ones, but we're willing to extend over time the part that is due to us. So, you know, do we need to have a study session to tell the city manager to do what he's already doing? Now, if the question is, does the wastewater fee apply? Seems to me that's a legal question, not a council question. So do we have to have a study session for us all to talk about it, when all we really need to do is maybe ask for a legal opinion from the city attorney on whether or not that applies? In terms of the canopies and the height, maybe that is a very limited thing, but is that something we could send staff off to address? I'm just worried if we have these study sessions as if they're a panacea. They're not. They're just a lot of talking. If we could instead give very specific direction to the city manager, say, please go look at these issues that you've identified, the canopy, the height issue, and have staff bring back a solution, then it seems to me, one, that's more efficient and probably creates ultimately greater certainty, rather than having a study session which isn't taking any realistic action. Because if we have a study session, we're going to talk about it, then staff goes off, and we're not going to have any resolution. So I'm just trying to think about the best way to meet the needs of the restaurateurs, and it seems to me giving specific action tonight to go forth and look at these particular issues, rather than having a study session that then they come back and 30 days, 45 days after that, now we're in December or something, and now we're really starting to bump up again. That's all I'm trying to do, is figure out the most efficient way, both in terms of helping the people who obviously have serious concerns, but also in terms of using staff time wisely. So that's just my thinking.
Can I respond to that? Please. So thank you for that very long response. But the reason why we're here, and I brought it up this way, is because that's how I was advised. So I've been spending a ton of time and hours coordinating between restaurants and all the different staff members. We had a meeting here in the city manager's office with Public Works, with some of the people sitting here, with the city attorney, city manager, assistant city manager, to do exactly what you're talking about. That was the whole point, was to not be able to not have to bring it forward to council, or create another meeting, or God forbid, have another study session to talk about it. The whole point was to address the issues and be able to move forward. Unfortunately, that was not the case, and it wasn't able to be done. And what was brought up in the city manager's report was not told to me or anyone else in advance. So I was only going to hear this information tonight. And so unfortunately, besides the 2 other issues, the wastewater fee was still a very big issue for a lot of reasons that I don't know if you want to comment, that we had discussion on. And yes, in fact, city attorney's office seemed to be not clear on some documentation that they had to go back on.
So the wastewater fee in this case is sort of in between. The fee study that was done does not squarely apply to outdoor dining. So on the one hand, though, it may not squarely apply to the Parklet program, but on the other hand, somebody has to pay for that burden on the wastewater system because of Prop 218 and so forth. So while the fee may not be technically owed, somebody has to pay it. So either we make it apply to this, or general fund could pay it, or something like that, or find another solution. But somebody has to pay that fee.
Except that what we're not having here is the very belabored discussions, the long discussions we had around, and I guess we're doing that now, which was all the documentation that was brought forward about capacity and usage. For example, some restaurants were serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner before. So capacity is tied to wastewater, right? And so in theory, if you're only serving dinner now, then you're using less. So why would you pay then We went back and
Well,
forth about this.
Ideally, we would commission a new fee study and study this particular circumstance. But I think what the city manager has proposed is a good compromise. The Parklet program that the council approved delegated authority to the manager to come up with administrative regulations. And what he proposed could fall within those administrative regulations delegated authority, and I think that would solve the problem.
Earlier tonight, a gentleman from Lavecchia read the November 2020 resolution where City Council said that this wastewater fee was not going to impact the parklets. That was in our meetings or whenever that was.
I believe, wasn't that, because that was referenced in the meeting we had earlier this week, wasn't that a reference to a press release from?
Right.
And that was from November of
20.
20, right. And my feedback to that person at that time was, that was a press release issued at the status of the program at that time. That wasn't
Right.
That wasn't issued in the context of going to a permanent program today. So we can pull up that press release, but it was meant to clarify the action that was being taken at that time, not setting the precedent for going permanent. And that's what I tried to express to them.
And the purpose of more conversation was there was just that one piece. And then there was the verbiage that you were going to go back. You said, oh, we're working on that. There was some other language that defined when wastewater fees are applicable. And it was quite different from the specific language around parklets. So it's not about the fee being spread out. I think the issue came to the end. It was, okay, this isn't about, oh, can you spread this fee, which is for some of the restaurants, $84,000 over the course of 2 years. It was, is this fee warranted? Because if it is about capacity and usage and all the things that Public Works went over, well, then those definitions didn't apply. So all we've really said is, yeah, I don't know, but this is what it is and it has to be paid and we're going to spread it out over time.
Well, the problem is that even if it doesn't strictly apply to the situation, absent some administrative regulations also, somebody has to pay for that burden on the system.
Okay, but how many more seats? This applies because of more seats added just to parklets. Interestingly enough, it's not on public property. So I never got the question answered of how many more restaurant seats we actually added and what this financial impact is to the city, because that's important before we go forward. Are we talking about $100,000 or $2 million? That would make a big difference
So it
as to
seems
whether
to
we should
me
talk
that-
about it any further.
And I don't want to interrupt, except that you're getting into the subject of the study
Well,
session
this is what happened.
rather than the substance of this. I think that the city manager is committed to put a study session on, and it sounds to me as if we should do that. I will be supporting the motion, so should we take a roll call vote? The motion is for direction to have a study session.
So we were
And actually, we can do it by acclamation, so.
excuse me, we only had a first, we don't have a second. I mean, I'm assuming.
I
Monica-
second.
Okay, so moved by Negretti, seconded by Para, and I think we can do it by acclamation, so all in favor? Aye,
Aye.
opposed?
Can we give direction, though, that since there seem to be some legal issues embedded in here, that as part of the study session, the city attorney's office come back with its best answers?
Yes, and we can provide you a memo in advance.
Yeah, that would be great, thanks.
Okay, great, so,
Just a quick. just
yes,
so that-
go ahead,
can,
Councilmember
Can the
Daly.
city manager just reiterate sort of the how we're dealing with the fees? There's a payment plan for just I think the 20% portion. I just want to, if you can just reiterate that so we understand exactly how we're going to support our businesses in this.
Sure, no, happy to. So there's two, our capital fee, there's two components to it. There's a component of it that is due to the city of LA. So that's the component that we would have paid at the time that the license agreement is executed. So that's at the end of the transition from provisional to permanent. So let's say that takes you all the way to the end of February 2023. Then the license agreement goes for 2 years. So the city component of that would be amortized over 2 years. So if you owed $1,000, it'd be $1,000 divided by 24 months.
Okay.
Just making something up.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so any other comment on this? So I think you're good to go on number 2.
Perfect. And I got the points from Councilmember Negretti for the study
Thank
session,
you.
so we're good. And then the second, or the last item, sorry, the third item, I'd like to invite our Community Development Director, David Martin. In so doing, I certainly want to genuinely thank him, Jing, City Attorney's Office, Constance Farrell from our Communications Division. So just to kind of set the stage for this, last week we received a communication and many emails over the course of the week about the proposed mixed-use project at Ocean Park in Lincoln. So we definitely understand the community's concern over this project and the desire for transparency. Earlier today, we published on the city's website and through social media a frequently asked question document that we hope directly responds to a lot of the questions that come up. And David's here this evening just to walk everyone through at a high level the document. I would like to point out for council, you do have the FAQ document at the dais for you to refer to as we go through the discussion. And certainly, if there's any areas where we need some additional clarity on the project, we would definitely want that feedback, whether it's given to us tonight or to me individually, so that we can be sure to provide the highest level of transparency on the review process and how this project is moving through the city. David, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm David Martin, the Director of the Community Development Department. First, I want to thank the City Council for giving us the opportunity to explain this project. We understand that there's a lot of questions. We've all received a lot of emails over the last 10 days or so. And, this is a great chance to, let the council know exactly what's going on and answer any questions you might have. I also want to say that, we do understand why there's so much concern and questions about this project. This is a completely different way of approving a project of this scale. It's very different than what our community is used to. Just a few short years ago, a project even much smaller than this would have been a development agreement, which would have had a series of community meetings. It would have had hearings before the Planning Commission and ultimately City Council. But what we're looking at in this case, because of state law, this is a project that basically is an administrative approval project, which means it's approved by staff. So again, it's a very different process, and just want to acknowledge that the concern that's out there in the community is understandable. And we want to be as straightforward and answer the questions as best we can. So with that, I will just give a brief project description, and then as Dave said, we'll move into the FAQs, and I'll go over each one of those and give a brief explanation. And then Jingyo, our planning manager, is also here to answer questions if you have them once we're done. So the project, as I think we all know, is at 2601 Lincoln. It's the southeast corner of Lincoln and Ocean Park Boulevard. We received the administrative approval application on March 11th, 2022. What's proposed is 521 housing units, 53 of which would be affordable for very low income households. And then there's 33,296 square feet of commercial space. So going over the questions, the first one that comes up is, what is the current status of the project? The project is currently in code compliance review phase. So if you look at this chart, it's basically right in the middle. So we received the preliminary application. Initially, the formal application was submitted. That's the administrative approval. We made the determination of completeness, and now we're in that code compliance review portion of the project. Once that is complete, there will be a preliminary design discussion with the Architectural Review Board. The administrative approval is then issued by the zoning administrator, and then following that, there's a formal ARB process where the project will be reviewed. Next question we wanted to go over is, what is the current, I'm sorry, I lost my place here. What is the current status? It is anticipated that the applicant will be submitting plans in response to our letter where we described the areas where the code compliance was not achieved. once we receive those comments, that will initiate another round of review by the city. And in that review, we'll determine whether or not the project at that point is in compliance. It is not unusual for a project like this to go through several rounds of code compliance checks. So as those comments go out, the applicant responds, and then we will review it again for compliance. One thing I want to be clear about is, of course, the project will not be approved by the city unless it's determined that it does meet code in every way that's necessary. Next question, is there a public comment period for the proposed project? And the answer to that is no. There is not a public comment period required for the project. As I mentioned, the proposed project qualifies for a streamlined review. While the city's streamlined AA process requires the applicant to conduct a community meeting, which the applicant has done in this case, there is not a requirement for a separate public comment period. There is a 60-day review period that the city has from when the application is deemed complete to when we provide comments back to the applicant, but that is not a public comment period, as I think some people are used to. Again, for other types of reviews, like a CEQA document, there's a prescribed comment period, and during that time, the public can submit comments. That's not the same here. That's not what we're talking about. So there is no formal public review process for this project. Next question is, why is the proposed project larger than what's allowed in the zoning ordinance? So the applicant is eligible for state mandated benefits under the state density bonus law. State law requires the city to grant a density bonus to projects that set aside a certain number of housing units as affordable. In addition, state law includes procedures that allow the applicant to request up to 3 incentives or concessions, and those allow for deviations from the city code regulations. So under state law, the applicant has requested and is entitled to a 50% density bonus on the number of affordable units provided. Next question is, why is the proposed project being allowed to waive affordable housing requirements for 2-bedroom units? So the AHPP would normally require that all affordable units be provided as 2-bedroom units. However, the applicant is requesting an incentive or concession under state density bonus law that would allow the project to provide 41 1-bedroom units and 12 2-bedroom units. So that's one of the concessions they're asking for. So that's the reason that the project is coming forward with that mix of units. And then how does the state density bonus calculation work on the proposed project? So the project's base FAR is 1.5 FAR. As a tier 1 project that includes on-site affordable housing in compliance with the AHPP. So you start with that base, and then the 50% density bonus on top of that would take the FAR to 2.25. So that's where the project is now. Next question is, why was the project application determined complete without the community being informed? So this is a situation where going back, the application was first determined incomplete on April 7th. So we received the application, reviewed it, and let the applicant know on April 7th that we needed more information. So in response to the incomplete determination, the applicant submitted additional materials on April 29th. Then on May 27th, after reviewing the additional materials, staff informed the applicant that there were some remaining items that needed to be submitted. So in other words, the application was still incomplete. So basically what happened is the applicant challenged that determination of incompleteness. On June 2nd, the applicant challenged staff's second incomplete letter by claiming that the request for additional information was prohibited by state law. After reviewing the applicant's claim, the city agreed with the applicant's claim, and then the determination was made that the application was actually deemed complete back on May 29th. So what happened is, we had determined it to be incomplete, and then it was challenged, and then once it was determined that the applicant's challenge was correct, we had to kind of go back in time and deem the application complete. So that left the community with the impression that, that we had changed the determination, but it was really based on the applicant's claim that we weren't allowed by state law to ask for that additional information. And then finally, what happens next? It is anticipated that the applicant will submit revised project plans in response to the city's comments. That will initiate another review by city staff for compliance with the city regulations. And then, like I said earlier, the applicant's also required to present the project to ARB for preliminary review. And then once the administrative approval is granted, then they'll go to ARB for final review. So that's where the project is right now. And we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Seeing none, matters. Teasing, God. So, Councilmember Brock, you have questions. Please ask.
Well, I have maybe a process question to start. I have this on as a 16 item.
Mm-hmm.
If we wanted to take my questions now, when the public is still awake, could we then use this as my 16 item and ask the questions that I'd like to ask? Or do I need to wait and we need to start this over again in 3.5 hours?
I can tell you as the chair of the meeting that it would be better if you ask your questions now. Because I was going to ask you at the close of this meeting, of this item, if you were ready to pull your item. So I want you to ask everything now so that you remove item 16C from the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, I'm fine with that. So if everyone will bear with me, I have a number of questions about the project. So the city is saying this is a by right process, which at this scale, which would be the largest residential project of this type ever in the city of Santa Monica. So I know that we're saying, and I've been saying too, the state has tied our hands through their new laws, and we have no ability to moderate this project whatsoever. So this would seem that the public input back in January or February, whichever meeting counted, was even more important than it would have been otherwise, because residents are still confused about whether the project violates our codes and how it ties into state codes. And are there deficiencies? If there are deficiencies, it makes it even more important to have a transparent public process rather than less. I noted up there a few minutes ago, you just went through a timeline. It appears to me that planning department, city staff could have done a much better job of showing the transparency of the project. So in other words, being able to say they've now satisfied the public process because of a variance in the state law, et cetera. We have to go back and do that, because what happens, and this has happened before, residents seem to feel blindsided and that the process is set up to hurt them rather than to be on their side. So the violations, even in by right, need to be considered. Now, I know it's only up to staff whether there are violations or not. So we're relying on the residents to trust the staff to stand up for them and to stand up for the process. So my question, it's only 60 days. There's no other avenue, not the Planning Commission, not the City Council. It seems to be all the more important to give residents the opportunity to weigh in on whether the project violates our codes and has other deficiencies. Do you guys agree with the gist of what I'm saying, even though I got convoluted.
Yes, and, the residents are certainly, able to submit comments to city planning and to the planner in charge. And if
Within that 2 months.
anytime until
They
the
can
project's
still-
approved, yeah.
So they can still, residents could still submit comments based upon where the project is now
Yes.
and what they want city staff to look at.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to raise an issue that we don't think this meets code, then that's certainly something we will look at. I mean, city staff will review the project for code compliance. That's what they do every day. I mean, that is their job, and they're actually quite good at it. I mean, it's kind of, think of it like a building permit process where you're checking a project to make sure it meets all of our codes. So they will do that. But the point is, if residents or anyone wants to, they have a concern about some aspect of the project and they want to submit that comment to us, we will certainly take that into consideration.
So we're somewhere after the application stage, but we're, as you said, midway through the first part of the process, which could be repeated several times in different looks.
So again, we're waiting for the response back from the applicant addressing the areas where we've identified code issues.
Is that privileged information or is that public?
It's public.
And just to clarify, council member, on the city's website, we have posted for the community, and we have responded to PRAs, but we posted the application materials, the city's first incomplete letter, the city's second incomplete letter, the applicant's letter challenging our second incomplete letter, a letter where we determined that the application was complete, and then our city code compliance letter as well. So we have provided all the documentation surrounding this project for folks to see.
So the letter that you've sent back to the applicant is also posted with the deficiencies or changes that city staffs believe need to be made.
Right.
So residents, to be clear, I know I'm repeating myself, but residents can still weigh in on those letters, and they should go to the website, look at it, and if they have questions or comments, weigh in, and staff will consider those.
Yes.
Within the limits.
Within the limits of
the law.
Yeah.
Right, because our obligation is we have to review this project vis-a-vis our zoning code.
Right.
So that's objectively how we have to.
Right. No, I understand that. I think, we've heard this for 10 years, 12 years, that it's always an insider game, that the planning department doesn't really listen to residents are shut out, et cetera. What I'm really asking these questions for, knowing that we have very little control over this process, is to make sure residents understand, A, how little control we have, but B, what is within our control and what changes and can the staff look at to make, and that they really need to know the staff is working on behalf of our residential population, because this project, as you know, is a flamethrower. There is a lot of angst, a lot of issues about everything from traffic studies to, everything else in the community, the height, the density, you already know all that. So the city knew residents were waiting for the application to be deemed complete to ask some of the other questions to see what other recourse they have. And this has been closely watched by SMART, by SMCLC, by residents in Sunset Park, et cetera. So there's no question that some residents had told the city that they wanted to raise substantive violations of code once the 60-day period was triggered. Supposedly, Jing knew it, David Martin knew it, David White knew it, everyone knew it. But then did the city really give residents a chance to do that before the 60 days ran out? And residents have asked me to get an answer because the trust in the planning department, once again, has taken a hit. I want to restore that trust. Just so you know, planners, I want to make sure that planning department, the city knows that they can trust their planning department. So why didn't the city give residents a chance to weigh in before the 60 days ran out? I know it became a convoluted process. You explained that, but was there a way to do something that flagged the project so the residents would know the answers?
So like you said, we did have to reach back and deem it complete a few weeks back. But I would just reiterate, it's, the 60 days, it's not a 60-day review period that I think residents are used to.
Okay.
They can continue to submit comments or concerns to planning staff, even
As
after
you just
60
said,
days.
through
Up until
each stage of this, they can keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not a typical review period like we're used to.
So one question I was asked, which I hate to ask, but was there an ethical rule for professional planners as to assurances that planners allow community input before making planning decisions that might decide the project's fate?
I would just say, we are definitely open to comments from the community, and we haven't taken any action on this application. It's not approved. And so, again, people can continue to submit concerns.
Councilmember Brock, can you just repeat that what you just said? What he was answering?
I got an answer.
Okay, I'll watch it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So my next question would be, I think my next question would be, Santa Monica Coalition for a Livable City. When they learned what happened, they sent a detailed letters from their lawyers objecting to the way the developer was calculating its density bonus by adding 75,000 square feet to the project above what residents at least thought it was entitled to. Tell me, was the letter you received, was that inaccurate? Is it still under review, or was the 75,000 square feet a result of a state law?
Yeah, we understand the question. And so what that issue is really about is in that district where the project is located, and let me make sure I get this right, it's like a 1.0 FAR, and then you get 1.5 for a project that provides affordable housing. So 1.5 is the base FAR. And then we apply the 50% density bonus on the 1.5, which gets us to the 2.25. So that's the calculation. I think what we're hearing from some members of the community is that they don't feel like they feel like the base of the project should be 1.0 and not 1.5, because 1.5 is what's allowed if the project provides affordable units on site. The project is providing affordable units on site, and that makes it the base, makes 1.5 the base. So again, we understand the issue, but we are confident that we're calculating it in the correct way.
So it needed to start at 1.5 and then went to 2.25.
That's right. That's
not
the 50%
1.0.
bonus. Yep.
Okay. So is the result of SMCLC, they accused the developer or planning department or someone of double counting. So that's definitely inaccurate.
We don't think that's accurate. Right.
Okay, thank you. So was that question raised with the developer, or the planning department just decided that's where it is and we don't need to go back to the developer and mention that? Is it a state law?
It's state law. That's the way you do it.
Okay. All right. So that, I know this is a redundant, stupid question, but just for the people who are listening or watching or taping it, the state law trumps Santa Monica planning law regardless. We do not have any choice when the state says this is our new law.
Yes.
Okay. I know Councilmember Delatorre had a couple of questions. And then I had, I guess, one more question. So if there's no remedy because the 60-day period has passed and about the extra density and about state law and everything, is there anything else? So we, in instructive mode for the future, what else could the city have done under current state law to mitigate some of the effects of this project that some residents in the city feel is too dense, too big, not enough oversight?
Well, to address the oversight issue, actually, the council has already done something along that line. So you
Dropped
adopted.
it to 1 acre?
You dropped it to 1 acre. So if this project were to come in today, it would require a development review permit, which goes to the planning commission. It's appealable to city
So
council.
it would have gone through the normal process?
Yeah.
But because somewhere along the line, previous councils did the 4 acre,
There was no limit on, if it was ministerial, it was administrative approval.
as long as it was housing,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And the project is obviously quite substantially housing.
Yeah.
So,
One thing, though, I just would add is that the reason that we moved to the administrative approval process for these projects is that,
it was taking so long.
well, not only that, but if a project meets our zoning ordinance, based on state law, again, we do have to approve it. So even if we did a development review permit and went to the planning commission, if it meets the ordinance, they
It
don't
would have
really have
just
a lot of
been lip
discretion.
service then.
Right, and so, in a lot of cases, the commission would be frustrated because we bring them projects and they really couldn't do much with them other than just approve them. So it didn't really make a lot of sense to do that. So that's also a reason why we went to this model.
Okay. I think I'll relinquish my time for a minute to Councilmember Delatorre, and then I may have one more comment on it, and then we can move on.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the waiver on the bedrooms, on the 2 bedrooms. I'm concerned that we're not building housing, especially in this project, that will accommodate families in Santa Monica. And is there anything that we can do to sort of rescind that waiver or negotiate with the developer to get more 2 or 3 bedroom units?
Yeah, they're eligible to ask for that as a waiver. And again, based on state law, we have to approve that. So there's not really any negotiation on that issue.
And they're not willing. I mean, so as a percentage, I mean, do you know what percentage of the affordable, it's like 50-something affordable, but are those also going to be just 0 and 1 bedrooms?
Sure what those are. Yeah, yes.
41?
2 bedroom.
41 1 bedrooms and 12 2 bedrooms. But then that's on the affordable side.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all the rest are what, going to be 0 and 1?
Not sure what the market rates are.
The market rate side?
We're checking.
Yeah. But anyway, the point is that there's nothing we can do it's not something we can negotiate to sort of get more bedrooms out of the project.
Right. It's not a negotiation. Again, if it meets code.
Yeah.
It meets code.
All right, thank you.
So coming back to that, I think my question, this will be for a later time, but what safeguards can we create that would work, be enforceable, where we get a better looking project with more affordable housing, with more family units, with some more open space on a parcel? What can we do? And you don't need to necessarily answer that right now, but I'd like to have a meeting later or a discussion that comes back to council to see what can we do to make sure that these projects have some more connection to the community and a coastal city, and have some way that our residents don't feel that their city is being taken from them, which they shouldn't. This is not in terms of height, it's a 5-story project. We have those further down Lincoln now in a row, between, Santa Monica and the freeway. But the question is, in this particular neighborhood, that parking lot, those surface street stores have been part of the community as long as anyone alive can remember. So it's a lot more of a traumatic shock to residents, especially hearing that the city council nor the planning commission have any ability to really weigh in, and residents have not understood that. Whether it's a good project, bad project, middle project, that's not really, I think, the issue. The issue comes back to they elected all of us, and for many residents, they're wondering why we can't do anything. And that, to me, that doesn't mean stopping the project. It might mean changing the mix, playing with the mix, whatever it is. But so both you and David are both saying that we have no say-so, that you will respond to any questions that you can and comments that you can to try and make the project better within state and local existing codes. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to really reinforce the frustration and challenge of this project, as David well introduced, right? I mean, this is a process that is different than what it's been in the past, and it's a coming together of changes in perhaps some of our local laws, but more importantly, it's the changes in state law that have accumulated over time that have resulted in this process that we have. So I'll stop there.
Councilmember Brock, is it correct that you want to remove your 16 item now?
I'll remove the 16 items so we can get home a little bit earlier.
Great. But I actually have a question. So I understand that in the backloading of all of these projects, that there's been a real attempt to streamline everything, and I do get that. Is there a way in our community to create a sort of pre-process? In other words, that before we have the application, before we have anything, we actually have some process where the community and the developer not have that community meeting type thing, but actually have the developer go to, I don't know if it's a neighbor or something that would make it feel more collaborative than it feels now.
Yeah, I mean, that was the attempt when we initiated the community meeting prior to the submittal of the application, because what we were hearing when we had the meetings after the application was, well, the project's baked already, so you're not taking our comments. So we moved it up. They have to have the community meeting first. So that's the current process. To impose or to require something beyond that, I don't know what that would be. I guess we could think about it.
Well, I guess I'm thinking about the format of the community meeting or so, I mean, I went to that community meeting. I mean, that was not a meaningful, I mean, I just wonder if there's a way to do this, but we should talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, the ideal situation, and we see it sometimes, is when, a developer will initiate those conversations with the nearby community, and that does happen. But it's obviously not required and doesn't happen every time.
I understand, and I understand that while we can't require it, obviously everyone would be better off, because I think in the long run, these wars are just going to be at the end instead of at the beginning, and I think that that's going to slow it down too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Oh, go ahead.
Can I do a follow-up to what you asked?
Sure, go ahead, Councilmember.
Is the state not allow more than one public meeting on administrative approval? Could we have required more if we had done it in advance of their application? If we made it a
right.
rule?
So for clarity, this project is being reviewed under what's known as SB 330, Senate Bill 330, which is the Housing Crisis Act. There's several provisions to it, but its purpose really is to streamline the housing review process. One of the things that it puts a limit to is the number of public hearings. So if it went through a public hearing process, it would be limited to 5 hearings. And, as we explained in the FAQ, this particular project, basically what happens is you're allowed to submit a preliminary application that locks you in to the standards at the time that the preliminary application is filed. So we don't have the ability to add in a public comment period of any sort at this time. But if you wanted to add in, a public hearing, if it had that sort of process, which some cities do, there is a limit of 5 hearings because of SB 330.
And it would have to be on future projects, obviously, not this project, but that is something that could be instigated by the city council to add more public hearings to projects of this sort.
It would be a change in the process. I don't think we want to get too expansive, but, there were
Well,
commitments made in the housing element for processing of housing projects. And so, we'll be returning to you with that, and the implementation of that, which is, we can't be departing from that at this point, so.
Look, I'm not going to be here when we do this, but when you're doing the zoning code, right? I mean, or when you're doing amendments to the zoning code, I just think that, and maybe this is unrealistic, that there could be a more collaborative way. I mean, I know that most developers I can talk to and work with, and we can reach some reasonable conclusion. I mean, I'm not suing them all the time. So I just think there's a way we could do this better and more collaboratively, and make the whole process more flexible to the demand. Because I think it's better for the developer if they don't have all of this negativity. I think this is really showing us what could be done to us. And I get it. But I think that we should be thinking about ways to make the process more collaborative and not have the developers always be the enemy of the community.
Sue, Mayor, I think the key word you just said, which is so important, is collaborative.
Yeah.
No, it just is.
I know, but it just happens so rarely. So thank you, Mr. Martin. I think we're done, and we can eliminate 16C, is that what it is, from the agenda? Thank you, and City Manager, you done your report? Yeah. Are you sure? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, and so now turning to our clerk.
Okay.
Travel.
Yes. Did any council members have anything to report on travel since the last meeting?
I don't see any, so that's good. So now let's call the consent.
Before I call the consent, I just would like to note for the record, in accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. Consent. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion.
And does any council member wish to pull any item from the closed session?
I do. I'd like to pull 5C.
Any others? Would you like to move the rest of the calendar?
I have to recuse myself from 5E.
Okay, so let's start with pulling 5C, and then, right, and let's pull 5E as well. And then let's move the remainder of
I'll move
5E
the
and 5C.
remainder.
Good, okay. Second, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
I'm sorry, who had made the motion in a second on that? I'm sorry.
Brock moved, I seconded.
De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yeah,
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Hemelridge.
yes, so that passes 7-0. And now, item 5C, do you want a staff report? Councilmember Brock?
I'd like probably an abridged staff report on it.
Well, the original staff report was pretty abridged.
We could abridge it again.
So and if you don't mind, would you like me to get over there? Or can I speak from here?
Huh?
Can I speak from here, or would you rather I stand?
You're fine.
Okay. So the reason why the staff is bringing this item forward is for twofold. For one thing, 6 months hasn't been enough time for the clerk's office to be able to work out all the kinks with both our agenda management technology and with doing the pilot program. As you know, each meeting something new comes up, and I myself only sit for a meeting every quarter. So every time I sit, it's like doing it all over again. So we just would like, and then we only have 4 real meetings for the rest of the year. So we just think we would like more time to be able to flesh this out, to be able to make it more successful. More importantly, though, we're definitely going to have 2 council members at the end of this year. And this item would be on the December 13th item, which would be their first council meeting. So for them to be able to sit here and intelligently vote on an item that they've got no experience with because that's their first meeting, it's just not fair. So we just think it's best that we allow them to have 3 more months to be able to look at the pilot program and then to make a full evaluation in March.
You know, I mean, I don't know if we've done a full assessment in terms of, you know, the goals that we're trying to reach. Part of it is, you know, to shorten the meetings and so forth. And I think it's hard to determine all that. But one request that has been made by members of the public that I agree with and I want to advocate for tonight is that we allow sort of a hybrid model where those that want to come and speak before, you know, the item is called can do so at the beginning of the meeting. And then those that want to wait until, you know, to speak when the item is called, they have that ability to do so as well. That hybrid approach would allow, you know, more public comment and accommodate those individuals that, you know, need to come in early, make their comments, and then get back to their families. So that's something I want to advocate for, and I'd like to move that we allow for that hybrid model.
Well, we can't do that because that's not agendized tonight. What's agendized tonight is to simply extend the pilot program. When we come back after the pilot program is completed, then we can be able to make those decisions at that time.
So we can't modify the pilot program tonight.
So we have 2 choices then? Either continue it till March or let it end December. What meeting? First meeting in December, and let the new council decide. Is that correct?
Again, yes, but again, it wouldn't be fair because the new council would have just taken their seats.
But, and sort of to respond to that, though, you know, when the new council took office 1.5 years ago, we decided as a council, under the mayor's tutelage, to abandon the questions that council used to ask of each person. Remember, you used to be able to ask a question of someone who was making a comment. And we decided as a council to stop that then.
That was actually never a rule. That was something that the mayor allowed, but it's never been a rule for council to be able to partake in a back and forth during public input. It's not appropriate, actually. It's just supposed to be simply public input.
No, I had not. It happened before. So throughout the time that I was on the council, for some perspective, we had always asked questions of people who came up. It was always the way we did it. And I suggested that we stop it because I felt it was prolonging our meetings. And I think it was. I think our meetings are shorter because of this, right? I don't know what I think about it overall. I think we could use some more time. I think that I think that we may want to have more flexible rules about when you can ask a question of a speaker, for instance, or when, you know, it's appropriate to have speakers at the time of the item. I'm just not sure, and I haven't personally been paying enough attention, but I think it's probably worth another few months of the pilot to figure out what would be better and give the new council members the benefit of the pilot, and then they can, look, everybody saw the old meetings, you remember what they were like, so you can decide whether to go back or not. That would just be what I would think, because we have had a technological problem with these meetings too.
But I understand what
Or
you're
you can
saying.
go back to the old way, yeah.
Well, I understand what you're saying, But the potential hybrid that Councilman Delatorre just mentioned might be good in some instances, because there are people who want to speak just before an item comes up. They don't want to speak, for instance, at 5:30 or 7 o'clock, theoretically, not tonight, and can't do that.
Well, the real difference is people
Yeah.
want to speak after the staff report. So,
Yes.
so you have people who want to speak after the staff report, but then the other thing you're doing is giving some people the opportunity to speak early and be commented on by later speakers who want to speak during the item and try, you understand?
I'm not sure if it doesn't become so confusing.
Yes.
Is what you're thinking.
That is what I'm thinking, that you have some people speaking one time and other people speaking another time and speaking about what the other people said. And then the other people want to come back and say what they said differently. And I just think you need to pick one or the other. And I see that look, letting people do whatever they want is always a great thing, and it makes us feel good, right?
For a while,
But it doesn't
until it
create a
doesn't.
good meeting, right? So, Councilmember McCown, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem McCown.
I don't disagree with what Councilmember Delatorre is proposing. I think the challenge is that we can't take that up tonight. So I think we just take the vote on what's before us, and it either the extension passes or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, then y'all take it up, in December at your first, regular meeting in December. So why don't we just vote on it? Since we can't make modifications to it, let's just vote on it.
Okay, so you're moving,
Can we do it till December then? Can we just?
Well, it is till December now. We
is,
just vote
yeah.
no. We vote no if we don't want to extend it.
Right.
If we want to extend it, then of course, Councilmember McCown will come back and sit in for that meeting.
Absolutely not.
I'd like to move that we not extend it.
okay, do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, let's have yes.
Oh, wait,
Yes.
well,
If we don't extend it, are we able at that point in December, when those council members are here, to maybe then
Yeah. Bring it back.
extend it and they participate in that
Or
vote?
do a new model.
Yeah.
Extended or not at that point in time.
I'm looking at you.
Or like Councilman Delatorre
Or you
said.
can do a new model. We could do something more creative, like a hybrid approach, if that's what the council wants.
We're just putting the new council members in the position of voting how we move forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
They're going to have to live with it.
yeah, I'd like to call the question.
That was my first meeting.
so actually, what we should be voting on is if you don't want to vote for this, you'd be voting no.
That's correct.
Right.
No, if the motion was to not extend.
I understand.
So if
but-
you vote yes on this, you're voting to end it on December 31st.
So it's the opposite of what?
Yes, it's the opposite of what you're asking here. Okay, so let's.
If you vote yes, it's a good thing. Okay. Unless you want no.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Motion by De La Torre, seconded by Brock, and let's have a roll call vote, because I'm a little.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes. What?
I know, because I think we're voting yes.
No, I'm doing it manually because.
No, they're voting yes to not extend it. They want to end it on December 31st.
Yeah, we reversed, he reversed,
Right, they reversed the recommendation.
he reversed the motion.
Yeah. So yes means end at December, but then we can come back and.
Means no, no means yes.
I won't repeat that.
So what's your vote?
Oh, it's me, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, actually, it's not. It's not. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
No.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
No.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Hemelridge.
No.
Motion passes 4-3.
Okay, and now 5E, you're going to have to step out. I'm sorry.
Councilmember, you should announce the reason for your recusal.
Yeah, but my computer's rebooting, so my notes are.
You want me to do it for you?
Oh, while you're doing that, let me read the item into the record. Item 5D, approval of second modification with Insight Public Sector, Inc. for Microsoft Enterprise Agreement.
So I'm going to tell everybody for Councilmember Parr that she is recusing because she works in emergency management. And because her, let me see if I could get this right.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Was it 5D or 5E? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was 5D. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, did you have it 5D? It is
Yeah,
5E.
it was 5E that was pulled, correct? Okay, I'm sorry. Then let me read 5E. Approval to accept state homeland security grant funds to provide a countywide emergency management training program serving all Santa Monica staff, all operational area cities, county departments, and special districts within the County of Los Angeles for the reporting period 2022 through 2025.
And are you ready now, or you want me to do it again? Okay, so Councilmember Parr is in emergency management in Culver City, and this is arguably a subject matter conflict for her, so she will be stepping out and we'll be voting on this without her.
Thank you.
Okay, do we need a staff report, folks? Good, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Wait a minute. First one, you need a motion, and she needs to be added to that.
Yes, okay, but, okay, go.
Aye.
Yeah, well.
I move 5E.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Davis, seconded by Brock. Let's have a roll call vote.
Yes.
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 Yes, so that passes 6-0 with one recusal. And Councilmember Parr, I know you can hear me in the lobby because I could hear us out there, so come on back. I think she can hear us. Okay, and now we're moving on to our next public input session. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me start. And you will have to tell us what item you're speaking on. So I'm going to call the first three speakers, who are John Alley, Johnny, and Ho Nguyen. And am I correct that I'm assuming Mr. Alley had somebody donate him time? Is that who Johnny is? Yes. There should be only, who donated time to Mr. Alley? Okay, so good. Okay, so I see Johnny. And then the third speaker will be Steve Chung. Okay, so thank you. We'll get to that. I'm just calling people up so they can line up and do the procedure. And then when it's his turn, then I'll say, oh, and what's your name? Okay, gotcha. Okay, Mr. Alley.
Mayor Sue and Councilmember Brock, where is your conscience with regard to identifying a location where our police and mental health professionals can move the homeless into at night? Our city doesn't have a single private or publicly run facility that allows men and women sleeping on the streets and in our alleyways to be taken to at night and early morning. Funding for future phases of Memorial Park is 5 to 10 years away. In the meantime, we've got an underutilized 2.91 acre site, the former Fisher Lumber facility, with empty buildings on Colorado Avenue between 14th and 16th Streets. A large group of business owners in the immediate area, residents, support activating this underutilized site and buildings for temporary shelter on a 2 to 3 year basis to house those most vulnerable in our downtown, Promenade, Palisades, Reed, Douglas, Tonga Parks. You have opposed this. Excuse me, I'd like to take a time out. Where's our mayor? I'm speaking to her.
Excuse me, I'm looking for something in my bag. I can hear every word you say. Do you need to see my face? Because I'm happy to see
Civility.
it so you can see
Please be
it.
patient with me, please.
I won't.
Your poor husband. We have a citywide emergency on our hands. That's really what the upcoming election is all about. There are approximately 23 homeless in our garages, streets, parks, main library, and outside the people concerned, Salvation Army, Step Up on 2nd and 5th facilities. We cannot and must not place the homeless in jails. Women are being beaten and raped on our streets at night. That's not okay. We desperately need to expand the number of beds at night and allow men and women in need to access them. Since there are multiple buildings, there could be separate housing for men and women. With city funding, security can be provided on site and in the buildings. We've toured 2 professional space planning firms through the former facility. Each says the facility could be up and running within 2 weeks. We are as strong a people and city as our weakest link. Right now, we're teetering on the brink. We've spoken to the nearby Lexus and Mercedes service centers, the Snyder Diamond Plumbing Store, the Marble and Stone Warehouse. They would prefer the site temporarily house the most needy than have them camped on their doorsteps at night and in the morning, which is what's happening now. And we can't blame this entirely on the Metro Rail. Pasadena is a larger city, has a larger population, and has 2 times more the number of metro stops. I assisted years ago in establishing Union Center, just south of Old Town, directly across from Disney Imaging and adjacent to KPCC Radio on South Raymond. I've asked Mayor Sue and Councilmember Phil Brock to tour Pasadena's facility on South Raymond. Both have refused. We want our homeless moved off the streets and out of our parks and outside our library and into shelter at night, not in jails. You will be hearing more from a growing number of residents in the coming weeks who support the site. The homeless and we deserve that much. Please consider the site. We can do better than the status quo and the current conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alley. Mr. Nguyen, and you told me you donated time. I'm sorry, tell me your name again. Yeah, and I think you're listed as Steve Chung unless Steve Chung is here. Oh, good. Okay. Well, wait, I don't see. So,
Here, they did it reverse. So she has Mr. Nguyen as the donor, whereas she should be the donor.
oh, okay. That's okay. Okay, Mr. Nguyen, please come. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear Mayor, Pro Tem Mayor, and Council, thank you very much. I'm speaking on 7A. Before I begin, SMPC volunteer. The SMPC stands for the Santa Monica Pickleball Club, and this is the perfect height for this microphone. We are all volunteers of over 800 members strong, and we're continuing to grow every day. That's 800 members in our community. We all volunteer our time to grow pickleball in Santa Monica because it's all very important to us. The second row, right here, I want you to stand. This is an example of the diversity of players that we have. We have players from 6 years old to 90 years old every day at Memorial Park. We have over 100 members.
Will you ask him to sit,
Please
please?
sit.
Thank you.
100 members that come out in the mornings, Monday through Friday. Over 200 members on the weekends and on weeknights. And it's growing. This is a grassroots organization that we have built ourselves. The city of Santa Monica, I ask you to please give us attention. Know who we are. We're building this group for the community. I'm speaking on the 7A because as an organization, nonprofit, you probably don't know that we spend $4,000 a month just to rent the Memorial Park tennis courts to play pickleball. That's unfair. While Santa Monica College pays nothing to have tennis lessons and tennis classes at Memorial Park every day. It's totally unfair. What will you do when you demolish those tennis courts for us pickleball players? Where will we go to play? Has that been considered? I know that you spend a lot of time and money on developing the plans, but please consider what we will do. Will you demolish this course and we have nowhere to go and our community is dismantled? Okay. I ask that you don't enter an agreement with the college when the new one is built, because those courts are for the public to use. They have squeezed us out almost of this park until we had to form our own organization and pay the money. And we've done that. But I ask for your support just to give us something. Let us be at the table to start the discussion on how we can grow pickleball in this city. Other cities are doing a fantastic job, but Santa Monica, the forefront of being on the edge, of being inclusive. Do it for us. Let us show you how we can do it together. We're here to help you and to support you to do it for us as well. Lastly, I want to say that we can build this together. We have professionals. We have professional players. We have professionals in our group that want to do this together. My goal for Santa Monica is that it can build a pickleball facility. Players can come play.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. So, Mr. Chung, is it?
Hello,
so tell me your name, I'm sorry.
my name is Steve Chung.
Okay, and you were speaking for 2 minutes, is that right?
That's right.
So will you wait there for 1 minute and let me call 3 more names so I can have people line up behind you? Thank you very much. So Isis McDowell, Matthew Lieberman, and Emery Cunningham are our next 3 speakers after Mr. Chung, so please line up against the wall behind him. And there you go, Mr. Chung, you're up.
Okay. So I never thought that I would be speaking before an esteemed city council about the subject of pickleball. I know pickleball sounds like a silly thing, maybe even a ridiculous thing if you don't know much about it. But what I've come to learn is that it is about so much more than that. It really is about the best aspect of a community and what it can possibly build, because it really isn't just about a game. It's about people coming together from all walks of life, helping each other develop better habits, developing friendships, people who normally would never even say hello to each other if they passed one another on a street, really coming together and forming a community. And what has been built in Santa Monica is special. And you might be reading articles and listening to television news reports about the growth of pickleball, but what's in Santa Monica is incredibly unique and it's special, and it belongs in Santa Monica. So what we ask of you is, when you consider your plans that were devised in 2019, which is essentially an era ago, it isn't anything that resembles today's day and age. It doesn't resemble today's reality. Please think about the current reality of something incredible that has developed in the last years since that plan was first constructed. And think about the community that has been built, but at the same time, the community that possibly could be lost if we are not mindful about what those plans should take into consideration and should look at in terms of the period of time that could potentially elapse between when the courts are destructed and when they're torn apart and when the new facility is built. Please give us an opportunity to join that discussion and be part of that planning so that we can talk about how we can preserve our community, to preserve that continuity, and to make sure that our club stays in Santa Monica where it belongs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chung. Ms. McDowell.
Hello, council members. My name is Isis McDowell. I'm a representative from the Human Rights Student Task Force at Samuel High, and I wanted to express on my club's behalf the support for 10C and the amendments to the California Green Building Standards Code. Our school faces similar issues with renewable energy, Compared to other schools in the district, Samuel High costs more, its energy costs more, and is operating on nearly 100% fossil fuels, much worse than any other school in SMMUSD. We must transition off of fossil fuels to prevent catastrophic climate change all over the world. This threat endangers the livelihood of every community in California, particularly the futures of younger generations and the generations to come. California is seeing decreased rainfall, increased forest fires, coastal erosion, and higher temperatures. Everything is at stake. Our health, our infrastructure, our economy, and most importantly, our environment. Thank you, council members, for hearing me.
Thank you for coming up, Ms. McDowell. And the next time you come, I want you to know that we have a special allowance for students that would have allowed you to speak at the beginning of the meeting, so you wouldn't have to wait here all night. So next time, okay?
Can I ask what grade she's in?
I am in 11th grade.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Go Vikings.
Yes.
And so, Mr. Lieberman, if you speak up, and I'm going to call the next three speakers, and then we will, Matthew Lieberman, Emery Cunningham, and Laureen Von Klom are our next three. So if you will line up against.
I think the two behind me already left.
Oh, is that right? So now let's go. So Matthew wait, you're Matthew Lieberman, right? Okay, and Emery is gone and Laureen is gone?
Yeah.
Okay, so Tim Bowler?
He's also coming.
Okay, how about Samantha? I saw Samantha.
I think she left as well.
See, you should have spoken at the beginning, all of you. I know Don Gerard, you're after Mr. Lieberman, I saw him. And John Smith, you're after Don Gerard. And that gives me three. Oh, not quite. Wait a minute. And Debbie Guerra. You here? Okay. You're behind John Smith. Although John Smith is speaking on behalf of his commission on the Memorial Park item. So should he be part of this, or does he speak when he does the item? I think.
He would speak as part of public comment unless council changed its rules, same as we did last time.
Okay.
So it's treated as public comment.
Okay, thank you. Well, yes, so please, Mr. Lieberman, I'm sorry, go ahead. Did I get that right?
Hello, council members. My name is Matthew Lieberman, and I'm a senior at Santa Monica High School. I come to you today not only as a concerned community member, but also as a proponent of climate action. As I'm sure you are all aware, we are racing towards an irreversible point of warming for our planet. We must all play a part in attempting to slow and even reverse the damage that is being done to our planet. I'm here today to advocate for 10C, the Zero Emission Building Ordinance. As a community, we must take further action to help our planet and ensure the maintenance of our home that we love so much. I ask you as representatives of the wills of our city and its citizens to please take action against climate change by voting for the Zero Emission Building Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lieberman. Next time, beginning of the meeting, okay? Thank you. Yes, Mr. Gerard, nice to see you.
Good evening, Mayor Hemelridge, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, members of the council. I'm Don Gerard, Senior Director of Government Relations and Institutional Communication at Santa Monica College. As we know, voter approved Measure V in 2016 designated $20 million to assist the city of Santa Monica with expansion of Memorial Park to accommodate soccer and other field sports for use by college students and the general public. Plans for the expansion in terms of a contract between the city and the college were finalized in late February of 2020. This was just before the COVID crisis. Due to the crisis, the city needed to assess schedules and timelines for all of its projects. As a result, in March 2020, the city put the project on hold. SMC has safeguarded the funds to be used for the expansion. We report the $20 million allocation quarterly to our Bond Oversight Committee. On behalf of our president, Dr. Catherine Jeffrey, and our Board of Trustees, I want to express our pleasure that the City of Santa Monica is now able to recommit to the project. We look forward to the planning and public outreach that will begin this fall. We have several suggestions to the planning needed to move forward. There likely will be a need for an interim facility. We should plan things so that the use of the interim facility can be extended so that when we end up with more pickleball courts available to the community, the college will help in this regard. Also, we should work together to be sure the funding is sufficient. We hope this will be part of your consideration as you move forward. Thank you for this great project and community benefit. I will be here tonight during your presentation if you have questions of the college or myself. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to emphasize that $20 million is being reported. I know this is going to be a question later. So the $20 million is being reported to your Oversight Bond Committee and is there now for us.
It's there now.
Thank you very much. John Smith. That answer your question?
That answered my question.
Yes, and you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes, and so 3 from the commission and 2 of my own.
You mean 3 of your 3 minutes of your comments are on behalf of the commission?
Yes,
and
then
2 minutes.
Yes.
Actually, you can do 5 minutes but take the 5, whatever.
I'm in the interest of shortening the meetings.
Good. We'll
Anyways,
yes, go ahead.
you guys, good evening. Ho, we hear you. My name's John C. Smith. I'm a Recreation and Parks Commissioner. And I'm here tonight to speak on item 7A, the Memorial Park expansion. And I'm here to speak on behalf of my fellow commissioners. Back in April, I've been kind of pushing this. And again, 2 weeks ago, the commission voted unanimously to ask you guys to get in negotiations and get that 20 million. It's nice to hear that that 20 million is in the bank. It's taken about 6 years, but it's good to hear that that money's there, because without that money, this is all a lot of talk, and it can get, so that's why I'm here. Our commission wanted to get that 20 million from SMC. We want you to approve going forward with the project tonight with the addition of a children's playground. And we don't want to let the relocation of the public landscape division delay this project any longer. It was 20 million. Back then in 2016, I'd just become chair of the commission. And members of the Board of Trustees contacted me and said, hey, John, do you support our bond? And I said, well, if it's 2 million or 20 million? And I was assured it's 20 million. It's nice to hear. Thank you. Anyways, that was always repeated to me as a $20 million figure. There's other monies available for this project. I remember the city was going to throw in 5. I remember the school district was going to throw in 5. I just got a screen grab from the LA County Measure A, which shows that there's about $2 million that was allocated for Santa Monica that has not been collected.
Gee, where'd you get that?
It's people send me stuff all the time, Mayor. And there's also that public, there's a development park and recreation fee that always has a couple million in it. We used $1 million of it to create to pay for the Marine Park playground, and it's beautiful. Anyways, but tonight, the commission, get the money, 20 million, and approve this reduced phase 1. We were calling it phase 0.5 when we first saw it 2 weeks ago. It's not perfect, but it gets us started. We can help. We can hold public hearings on this. We can assist staff in trying to find alternative places where people can play tennis and people can play pickleball. We should have been doing that 2 years ago. It is a demand sport. We should have been doing it 2 years. The good news is that if you look at the careful plans, if you look at the plans, you could begin construction on the parking court part of the project, and we could still have the public landscape division there. Those two things can happen at the same time. You don't have to wait for one to start the other. And by the way, I haven't heard anybody tell me that Memorial Park, the Fisher Lumber site, is a good place to put homeless people. But I've heard thousands from a lot of people that want thousands of more people, opportunities to have more fields at Memorial, which was the plan all along. So now this is just me, 2 minutes. Folks, I got this yes on SMC thing last night, or emailed to me, the big kickoff party's tomorrow night. I was gonna ask the Santa Monica College people to bring their checkbook to that event and write out that check for 20 million because, let's do it now and not wait till after the election. I also got my first mailer pushing the project. Folks, I think it's time to put the community back into Santa Monica. It used to be Santa Monica Community College, now it's just SMC. But here's what I think. I think if Santa Monica College really wants to pass this 2022 bond, they ought to throw in another 10 to 15 million and apply that towards the airport park expansion. I also think the school district, 2 years from now when they ask for their next bond, and we know it's coming, they should devote 10 to 15 million towards the airport park expansion. We could, if you think about it, maybe I'm thinking too big here, but we could kickstart both these projects before the end of the year. I just think it's time, let's go, let's get this done. And if you want any quick, honest, straightforward answers about anything Memorial, I'm your guy and I'm here right now. But thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And good timing.
5 minutes.
You can't right now. Debbie Guerra, and if you'll just, no, you can come up, but I want you to wait a minute because I'm going to call 3 more people, and that would be Perrin Canadian, how'd I do with that name? Jordan Davis, oh, I found you, Simone, finally, and Kayla Smith. You were just way down the list. Okay, so now, Debbie, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you to the council for letting me speak on 7A also. I moved from the South Bay to Santa Monica because I was looking for a place with a strong sense of community, and I had found that, heard from many friends how that was here. And I am here to speak on behalf of the pickleball community. I never had played pickleball or knew anything about it, but I found my way to this community, and I just want to reiterate that it's a place, I've never experienced anything like it in terms of the community, in terms of bringing together people from diverse backgrounds and connecting with people in a way that I haven't found anywhere else. And so, again, silly game, plastic ball, I get it. But it really is a lot more than that. So as you consider all of this with respect to the expansion, I just hope you'll consider that the residents of Santa Monica find this, many of us, to be really enriching and appreciate it. So
Thanks
you
for coming out tonight. Yes, Mr. Canadian. So now you can tell me how to say your name.
It's Perrin Canadian. I'm a resident of Santa Monica, and I'm also going to talk about the 7A Memorial expansion. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the United States. According to the Sports and Fitness Industry Association, there's an estimated 5 million people playing nationwide, double the number from just 3 years ago. As Ho mentioned, it's also the most diverse game in the country, with players as young as 5 and as old as 85. The average age is estimated to be 38. There's an equal number of women and men playing, and the mix of ethnicities and socioeconomic backgrounds is pretty unique in U.S. sports. As most games are played as doubles, it's also a social sport, in addition to the benefits that exercise brings to the participants. The city of Santa Monica is one of the few significant cities, both locally and nationwide, that does not have permanent pickleball courts. We share the tennis courts at Memorial Park, but the difference between the number of tennis players and pickleball players is stark. At peak on Saturdays and Sundays, we have approximately 300 players playing pickleball, while the number of tennis players per day rarely exceeds 30. Often pickleball players are waiting 4 and 8 people deep, waiting for a court to open. Given the fact that tennis players have multiple options in Santa Monica, including Clover, Douglas, and Marine Park, while pickleball is restricted to Memorial Park, we urge the City Council to give more weight to the needs of the pickleball players, and so to give us equal weighting with Santa Monica Council and others for the expansion of Memorial Park. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out tonight. And now, Mr. Davis. But I'm going to ask you to stop at the mic for a minute, you know, the routine, right? And I'm going to call 3 more names, and that would be Kayla Smith, Toru Toyokawa, and Harvey Etter. No, none of them are here. Okay, Grant Carp. Now, I just...
Did we skip one? Benjamin Tillis?
Who did I skip?
Benjamin Tillis, or did you call him already?
I don't see him. Where is he?
On the list.
You think he's on my list?
I see him.
Before and after, I see 2 people crossed out.
Yeah, those are the ones that weren't here.
What number?
I don't know what number, but he was after Mr. 18.
I see Jordan Davis as 18. Okay, well, tell me the name and I'll call it.
Benjamin Tillis.
Benjamin, and there he is. Okay, so there, and now on 9A is gets heard at the same time. I guess all of these are heard at the same time. Is that right? Okay, thank you. At the time of the hearing is what I'm saying. Okay, so now you're up.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jordan Davis. I am speaking on 7A. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I have my master's degree in counseling, and I'm pursuing my doctorate. Some would say that I've spent a lot of money to listen to people. And one of the things, I'm new to Santa Monica. I moved here recently, and it is, I want to second what has already been said so far in the kind of idea that Santa Monica has something special here. I come from other pickleball communities. I've been playing off and on for, off and on is a funny term, but I've been to several communities, and what's going on here has motivated and has given a new, the term that I hear is I feel like it's going around. People are saying that they have a new lease on life when speaking about pickleball. It's like this pickleball, right? I'm curious about how many of you have the time to even get out there and hit a few, plastic balls with holes in it. But it's been my experience speaking to a lot of individuals that pickleball is so much more than the sport, has already been said. When people are coming together and they're able to, especially after everything that's been going on in the past few years, they've been able to build this community. They've been able to connect with each other in a way that is not common, especially with how things have been going. It seems to me and many others in our community that this has become a central part in our lives, and that when we're able to engage in it, we're able to engage more with the community. It uplifts us and it makes us want to be better citizens. And so I just am grateful for the opportunity that I have here in Santa Monica, and I think that being able to take into the consideration what the community is providing, what the city is providing the community, and
Thank you, and thank you for coming out tonight. And now, Mr. Tillis, is that right? Thank you. And I'm sorry you aren't on my list, or I would have called it. I have a witness. You may speak.
Hi, my name is Ben Tillis. I'm speaking on 7A. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for letting me speak. I know you've heard a lot about that pickleball is really different and how much it means to people. But just want to reiterate the reasons why. For people who don't know, it's a much easier game to pick up than tennis. So the game's super accessible to people. You don't need to buy a $200 racket. You don't need lessons. It's really easy for people to go out. And also the courtesy out there is different than tennis in that you don't need to go there and you find a friend with tennis and you go to the courts and you find out that there's a lesson there and you have to wait 2 hours. It's way different. It's like pickup basketball where you just show up, put down your paddle, you play with strangers, and now I'm friends with a ton of people who I never would have met had I not had this. Just the other day, I played Monday morning with 3 men in their 80s. It was a really special experience, and I know that is just one of many that happened at Memorial Park. So just asking you guys to please consider the pickleball community when you guys are expanding Memorial. Yeah, it's just special to a lot of people, and for a reason. It's not just a fad. It's going to keep growing. So please consider us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillis. Whoops, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Tillis, and I believe that's our last speaker unless somebody thinks I have. You do? Well, I have people under item numbers. Do you have other people? No, I got them. Yeah, no, I called all those people. Yeah, the last two are not here. Simone donated her time. I have it under control other than that. Okay, so has anybody here signed up to speak and not spoken? Sir, tell me your name. Oh, I did call you. Yeah, you're up. It's your turn, Mr. Etter. I haven't seen you for quite a while. Me? Must have been a different mayor. I don't have mayor minutes. Oh, gotcha.
Okay,
Please begin. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Harvey Etter. I'm speaking for myself and for the Public Solar Power Coalition. We helped to get you folks involved with the Clean Power Alliance about 10 years ago, and been active with the Environmental Task Force for at least that long. Okay, been homeless in this community for a long time, and from here, family's been here more than 100 years. 4 things that can be done for homeless. If there's tax deeded property that goes for sale. We should have right of first refusal for homeless and low income to get equity. We're talking about home ownership now, okay? Also, there's tax credits for low income property, sometimes 70, 80, 90%. Okay, that's available. I should have right of first refusal for low income homeless. And there's a market there. If we can use it, we can use it directly. If not, we'll do what y'all do, and we buy it and sell it. Okay. Also, for the low income, the interest. All right, low interest for these housing developments. Right again, we get right of first refusal. We're the ones that need it. And this 9,000 units out here, and what's going on? Okay, also that we try to participate on second and fourth with living over on Step Up now, not on the street. We try to participate into that meeting, and I guess that's preceding this one on Lincoln and whatnot. And this has to be given top priority in the community. And for climate, and what needs to be done, there's a lot of stuff that's going on, and we're getting purged. We're litigating with the state and EPA now, okay? There's half our stuff happening, and it's dangerous.
Thank you, Mr. Etter. I appreciate your testimony. And I believe that concludes this portion of our public testimony. And so let's call the next item.
Mayor, I think we need a motion to move past 11 o'clock.
Oh, we do. Would anybody like to move? By acclamation, aye.
Aye.
Reluctantly, I know, I'm not happy either, but here we are. Okay, and on this item, Councilmember Brock, before you leave, the next item, oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm one ahead of myself. Go ahead.
Item 7A, Memorial Park expansion.
Oh, I'm not on this item. Yes. And good evening.
Good evening. One moment here. Excellent. That's up. Excellent. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Amelia Feichner. I am a Senior Design Manager with the Architecture Services Division of the Public Works Department.
Staff is here this evening to present the Memorial Park Redevelopment and Expansion Project for City Council to review and comment on the possibility of restarting the project that was suspended in early 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The project was last presented to City Council in October of.
I hate to do this, but I'm having little trouble hearing you. I'm guessing I'm not the worst of hearing in the audience. So if you could just, and if you pull the mic up, maybe
Good
a
to
little.
let me know now, for
Yeah,
sure.
Yes, thank you. Oh, much better.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. So the project was last presented to City Council in October of 2019. Therefore, this evening's presentation will start with a project background for both Memorial Park Redevelopment and Expansion Project and the Public Landscape Division relocation efforts. Staff will then outline potential steps for implementation of the master plan and PLD relocation now. And then staff will be available for questions, obviously, after the presentation. Santa Monica's park system includes 32 parks encompassing more than 130 acres. Within the parks network, there are small neighborhood parks and larger community parks such as Clover, Virginia Avenue Park, and Memorial Parks. Each park provides amenities that, as a network, form a rich array of opportunities for various sports, play experiences, gardening, picnicking, walking, and relaxing. Many of our parks feature community buildings that serve as home to a wide array of recreational classes and provide places for meetings and other gatherings. Memorial Park was established in the 1950s and is geographically located in the center of the city. It is important to the overall parks network as a key park that serves baseball and softball needs for youth and adults, has courts for tennis and pickleball, and is home to the only public gymnasium and skate park in Santa Monica. The existing park currently includes 6 fields serving baseball and softball, with 4 of those fields having overlapping outfields. Tennis courts that are striped to accommodate pickleball, a skate park, a small children's playground adjacent to the 79-space surface parking lot, a dog run area, restrooms, and a concession building within the park, and the existing buildings at the southwest corner of the park that provide a home for Santa Monica PAL, community meeting rooms, a fitness room, staff offices, and the Memorial Park Gym. The Memorial Park Redevelopment and Expansion Project would combine the existing 10.3 acre Memorial Park with the former Fisher lumber site, which is a city-owned 2.9 acre property adjacent to the existing park, into a 13.2 acre newly renovated and expanded community park that meets the increasing demand for recreational activities. The need to expand and redefine the role of Memorial Park was established in Santa Monica's 1997 Parks and Recreation Master Plan. The city purchased the Fisher Lumber site in 2004 with the intent to expand Memorial Park. The city took occupancy of the site in 2005 and has since used the property to house the Public Landscape Division staff, materials, and equipment. The combined site is bound by Colorado Avenue to the north, 16th Street to the east, Olympic Boulevard to the south, and 14th Street to the west. The project would integrate components of the pedestrian action plan and bicycle action plan, and would require the relocation of the city's Public Landscape Division that currently occupies the former Fisher Lumber site. In 2016, the City Council selected the expansion of Memorial Park as one of the city's high priority projects to be incorporated into the LA County-wide park needs assessment. That same year, Santa Monica voters passed Measure V, a Santa Monica College bond measure that included up to $20 million in funding for construction of the Memorial Park and Redevelopment and Expansion Project. In 2018, City Council awarded an agreement for the development of a feasibility study and master plan layout that would meet the following objectives: to maximize opportunities for fields with a focus on diamond sports, consider the community programs in the park building facilities,
integrate appropriate buffering around the park's perimeter, and integrate the city's bicycle and pedestrian action plans, and consider the park's relationship to its surrounding neighborhoods and within the broader park system and city context. Beginning in 2018, the community participated over a one-year period in a multifaceted community engagement process that resulted in the approved Memorial Park Master Plan. Staff and their consultant team led a series of focus groups, conducted an online survey, hosted community workshops, and held a working session with Diamond Sports leadership to define and refine the plan for Memorial Park. The master plan was presented to the community in 2019, both online and at an information booth at Memorial Park. It was also presented to FSAC, the Recreation and Parks Commission, and to the Urban Forest Task Force. Oops, jumping ahead. In October 2019, City Council reviewed the Memorial Park redevelopment and expansion master plan that was the product of that community engagement process, and directed staff to seek proposals for the design and pre-construction services of phases 1 and 2 of the park redevelopment and expansion. In addition, Council authorized staff to negotiate fiscal and use agreements with Santa Monica College and Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. With Council authorization, staff began working with SMC to negotiate the $20 million SMC bond funding and program joint uses for the future Memorial Park facilities. Staff also began working with the school district to potentially identify additional construction funding with a goal of approximately $5 million for the project from Measure SMS bonds. These funds, along with the approximately $5 million in city capital improvement project funding, made up the previous budget of $30 million for the design and construction of phase 1 and the schematic design of phase 2 of the project. In February 2020, City Council awarded a design build agreement to begin design of the project. But before the contract was fully executed, the project was suspended due to the COVID-19 pandemic. If directed to proceed with Memorial Park redevelopment, a critical first step is to accommodate the needs of the city's public landscape division on a separate parcel. Without an operational base of sufficient size and location, the city's 32 parks, 300 medians and public open spaces, and urban forest of over 35,000 public canopy trees cannot be adequately maintained. The city's PLD has been operating out of the former Fisher lumber site since being relocated from the airport in 2005. The site hosts over 40 city employees, contains staff locker rooms and offices, repair shops, bulk materials, and equipment storage, as well as parking for staff and their work vehicles. The site also accommodates a limited number of parking spaces for the city's contracted land care and urban forest contractors. As part of the original effort to expand Memorial Park in 2019, staff explored a variety of relocation sites that were 50 to 75,000 square feet and could accommodate facilities for over 40 public landscape staff, bulk material storage, vehicle storage, and had access to the city's park and public open spaces. 5 relocation sites that were originally explored included the city yards and other publicly owned property at the Santa Monica Airport. Those are the blue dots on the map up there. Based on available space and cost, Public Works ultimately selected an underutilized maintenance hangar on the airport property as an interim location for the PLD operations until a permanent location could be identified that would adequately meet the space and logistical needs of this critical work unit. Concerns from local residents about the proximity of municipal operations to residential neighborhood led staff to conduct a broader citywide evaluation of alternative sites. Therefore, in early 2020, staff developed and implemented a public outreach process to identify and assess additional sites that could be well suited to house PLD staff, equipment, and material storage. Assessment criteria was expanded to include availability of land over 25,000 square feet, functionality for PLD operations to access all parts of Santa Monica efficiently and effectively, neighborhood impacts and development costs and timeline. Staff, along with a community advisory working group, analyzed the feasibility of 42 potential sites over 25,000 square feet throughout the city before narrowing it down to 4 final scenarios that met the balance of the criteria. All final sites were on the Santa Monica Airport campus, including the original site that had been identified previously. No other public or private parcels in Santa Monica were identified despite rigorous analysis and vetting by the Community Advisory Working Group. Each airport alternative required the undertaking of the design and development process, as well as several $1 million in development costs for facilities. In addition, siting PLD at SMO would require sufficient land lease expenditures. The city is required to pay fair market value to the airport fund for use of airport land. And we estimated those costs in 2020 to be between $250,000 and $500,000 annually. Before the final options could be presented to City Council, the COVID-19 pandemic arrived and all additional work was suspended. The master plan for Memorial Park always envisioned a phased approach for construction that would be implemented over time as funding was available. Phase 1 is shown on the left-hand side of the screen and was originally conceived as the northern half of the park. Moving forward, the only project funds currently available may be the $20 million dedicated to the park redevelopment from the SMC bond measure that have been preserved for this park expansion since the project was suspended as a result of the pandemic. Therefore, in order to begin implementation of the master plan now, it would be necessary to segment the project into additional smaller phases. With a reduced project budget and the significant increases in construction costs over the past 2.5 years, staff has shown on the right-hand side of the screen one example of what a reduced phase 1 of the project could look like. In this example, a reduced phase 1 could include construction of combo fields 1 and 2, the covered parking lot, and the tennis and pickleball courts. Mobility and streetscape improvements along 14th Street and Colorado Avenue could be included to the extent that budget allows. The reduced scope of phase 1 shows an option that aligns with the objectives that were outlined in the development of the feasibility study and master plan layout for an expanded and redeveloped park. However, due to funding limitations, the remaining scope of the original phase 1, including fields 3 and 4, the temporary natural turf practice field, the community hub building, and the playground would be included in a future phase. This option, as shown, would leave the park without a playground until the future phase was completed. In this example, the balance of Memorial Park would be maintained as is, and the remaining land of the former Fisher lumber site could be used temporarily as a dog run and bulk material storage until funding is identified to begin the next phase. Restarting the project with a reduced phase 1 scope presents some opportunities and challenges. This presents the opportunity to utilize up to $20 million in SMC bond funding to start implementation of the master plan now. It could expand the park by 1.5 acres and start to implement elements of the pedestrian action plan and bicycle action plans. Some of the challenges with the decreased availability of construction funding and increased construction costs, we would move forward with a reduced overall phase 1. There currently is no funding available for the PLD relocation and ongoing operations. And with significant impact during construction and significant investment, the resultant park would have the same number of fields as it does today. There also would be increased operational and maintenance costs and increased park maintenance staff demands. If directed to proceed, staff would restart the Memorial Park redevelopment and expansion project with a reduced initial phase that is in line with the approved master plan. We would re-engage with SMC and SMMUSD in negotiations for potential fiscal and use agreements and study possible temporary location sites, including associated costs for the PLD operation yard. Staff would return to City Council by spring of 2023 for approval to enter into fiscal and use agreements with SMC and SMMUSD, proceed with a request for bid for design and pre-construction services for the reduced phase 1 of the project, and begin planning the relocation of the PLD's operation yard subject to a city approved location and budget. If directed to do so, the relocation of the PLD's operation yard would be submitted to City Council for approval as part of the CIP exception-based budget in 2023. If prioritized and approved, staff would anticipate the design, construction, and relocation would be completed by the end of 2024. And if approved, to bid the reduced phase 1 of the project in spring of 2023 and contingent on the relocation of the Public Landscape Division, it's anticipated that bidding, design, and permitting for the reduced phase 1 would be completed by spring of 2025 and construction would be completed by 2026. So it's staff's recommendation this evening that City Council review and comment on restarting the Memorial Park redevelopment and expansion project with a reduced initial phase that is in line with the approved master plan, provide direction to staff to re-engage Santa Monica College and Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District in negotiations for potential fiscal and use agreements, and direct staff to study possible temporary relocation sites for the Public Landscape Division operation yard and return with a recommended alternative. That concludes the presentation, and we are here for questions.
So I have to say that you got more information in that report than I've seen in a long time. That was very impressive. Thank you very much. And now we're open for questions. Council? No?
No, I'll have some.
I had to get my notes out.
Yeah, Councilmember Negretti, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think we heard people speak tonight, so I don't want to be remiss by not mentioning the pickleball community and what can be done during that time when it's under construction.
Absolutely. So, we absolutely heard public comment tonight. We read through them. In leading up to this evening, really a conversation about restarting. We have not done a citywide study for how we could accommodate pickleball or the other sports that are currently housed on the site. However, staff is dedicated to working with our community services division, community recreation to look at alternatives and come back and present those alternatives to council in the spring.
Then I had another question. Maybe it's more directed to SMC, but have you guys had discussions with the idea of a rooftop pickleball tennis court at the SMC parking lots? I don't know how that works, or.
So we have not had those conversations, and really with this project, we are focused on the Memorial Park site, but again, absolutely, we will look citywide in looking at accommodating during construction and beyond.
Thank you. Mayor.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilmember Brock.
Can you bring up the map of the revised phase 1? Well, I guess that doesn't do much good from looking at it from there. But so a couple of questions. You're looking at two softball fields at the corner of 14th and Colorado, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you're looking at an artificial turf field.
Correct.
If that was natural grass for 3 or 4 years, that would greatly decrease the cost of construction, correct? By millions?
I'd have to look into that.
Probably $4 to $5 million in decreased costs. So that would be my first question. No? Wait. Well, yeah, but you have to, there's, the artificial turf provides it provides better use, but has to be watched a lot more. So if you look at Belmar, right, the field's not open for normal use. So you also, we have so little athletic space in the city, and this is our prime park for athletic space. So if we're on a dollar budget, then I'm looking at how do we maximize our dollar budget. Yes, I know the real turf has to be taken out of commission for 2 months each year. I know that.
So, good evening, Council. Chris Bishop, Assistant Director of Public Works. That cost savings is actually not what we found in the past, right? We analyzed this back in 2018 during the master plan when we looked at artificial turf versus natural. And again, with the cost of Belmar, we looked at natural versus artificial turf. And we did not find those initial cost savings.
Okay.
We believe that they're about equivalent.
I would challenge that, but we can challenge that offline. But next question. So you're talking about removing the children's playground.
Yes.
All right. How much? Is it a lack of space or a lack of money?
Yeah. So thank you for the question. So what we're presenting here this evening is really a plan that continues to be aligned with the original master plan. Also, looking at what we could afford with the $20 million today. So, we prioritized. We looked at what we could afford today, so that's what we're showing there. With the addition of a playground, it varies in cost. It is not currently included in what we think we could accomplish. And if it was put in the place where the master plan has it indicated, that would take additional diamond sports fields out of commission.
Well, we don't want to do that.
Correct.
Obviously, because we need the sports fields. But so part of that question would be, is there space if we had, for instance, like Kiwanis donated the field, the playground at Ozone Park. If Rotarians, if you're listening, did a public-private partnership, would there be room in the park for a small children's playground?
Yeah, I think staff would, if funding was available, staff would absolutely support adding a playground into this plan.
All right, that's good. Now, the existing Little League fields, are they being moved or torn up? Or are they being left the same?
They are being left.
Chris, left the same? Yeah. Okay, that's good. Now, directly north of that, I see there were 2 softball fields, right? There's a double or quadruple softball field right now?
There were 4 fields.
There are 4 diamonds.
4 diamonds, and then we would reduce that to 2, and the 2 that are removed because this expands the plan, the new development expands into part of those fields. Those essentially would be replaced with the combo field.
So is there any, you're mentioning that you end up with the same amount of field space?
Yes, with this plan.
So then we're sort of negating the reason to do part of this, because part of the reason was to gain more field space.
So, yes, I mean.
And we're not doing that?
So the complete master plan
Explain.
does add a field, and that's the challenge, right? This would be the first step toward that complete master plan.
Right. So then maybe so I guess what I'm asking is the 2 grass fields that are being compressed, right? Because Are they being compressed, or is the public landscape building or corral, whatever that would be, is that still just on the existing Fisher footprint, or does that expand into the current Memorial Park plan?
That is in the existing Fisher lumber site, former Fisher lumber site, so the PLD yard. We would not be compressing from north to south.
That's,
Yeah.
okay, so you're keeping those fields and their grass
Yes.
existing.
Yes.
So my question is, are we just doing the artificial turf softball fields to build a field for Santa Monica College?
It would be for public use and Santa Monica College use.
What's the percentage, do you think, in 2026 that will be public versus,
I do not know.
that will be public versus, I know you haven't, we haven't executed an agreement.
Right, we would.
What would you
re-engage in the-
anticipate?
I don't know.
What would Don Gerard anticipate?
Don may come tell you.
Oh, he's here. Maybe he can help answer that. And do you need two signers for each check?
We need a board resolution.
So what would you anticipate with a softball field? Are there stands included as well?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I would, while we haven't really had a deep discussion of this, you should know that in 2020, we had an extremely deep discussion as to exactly what the schedule was, what the overlap was. I should also say that in your considerations, you should know that this was an offer to help the city, right? The women's softball currently is at John Adams. And so women's softball would be moving from John Adams to Memorial Park. We have to have some kind of nexus in order to use Prop 39 funds to make this pass the law. But you're going to relieve John Adams of that activity. It's moving to Memorial Park. It does not occupy the whole calendar. It's a seasonal sport. So,
That's fine, but the rest of the time it would be open to both.
it's your property.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. I was just clarifying. Thank you so much, Don.
Just to add, we also will be bringing those fiscal and use agreements back, right? This is to restart the renegotiation or the negotiations. So those would come back to you for
Right.
review and approval.
Part of my questioning is there's been a concern at Clover Park at Memorial with the tennis courts, Santa Monica College or Crossroads. Someone uses those tennis courts part of the time. So the issue becomes that since we are so constricted with athletic space in the city, and we're blessed to have a great climate and a huge number of people who want to be outside, who want to be athletic in so many different sports, we are so constricted in our ability to have adequate sports space in our city. So I think what I've heard from residents and heard from the Recreation and Parks Commission and other people is they're concerned about the private use of public courts through either leasing agreements or permitting, and want to make sure that when this park is new and sparkling, that residents really get the opportunity to use it without being told, no, that's blocked off, no, that's blocked off. So that's sort of the line of my questioning there. Now, you're taking away a set of restrooms. Are you returning those restrooms, or are we just dumping them?
So in the reduced phase one, the existing restrooms remain.
They remain?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. The parking lot, how many cars fit into the new revised parking lot?
128.
So you have more parking.
More parking by just about 49 spaces additional.
Okay, and that'll all be public parking?
Yes.
Okay. And public landscape, so what's the you probably don't know this yet, but you may know it. What's the cost? Now, not you, Don, behind you. My question was, what's the cost of potentially remediating the Fisher Lumber retail store building and the covered lumber yard? Do we know if there's anything underneath there, or is it just wood chips and that's it? And we just need a few woodchucks to get rid of them.
So part of when we came, so there will be an EIR done for the site prior to it moving forward, so we'll have that in.
Do we have any idea if that cost might be really substantial?
I'm gonna look to my colleagues. I'm not
Are you
sure.
concerned if there's contamination?
Yeah,
on the property?
if
Okay.
there was anything before the lumber yard or any kind of contamination that would eat up millions of dollars. We don't think there is? I don't think there is, but I'm asking.
We haven't done an environmental assessment.
Because that might be part of that $20 million. A lot of it could end up going to an environmental assessment. Yes, Don?
Well, it's very unlikely. That actually was a racetrack.
Yeah, back in the 40s,
Back in the
30s and 40s.
There was really nothing before then. So there's nothing going to be like what you have at the airport where there was contamination that ended up in a lot of lawsuits and stuff.
So we anticipate that that won't be a factor. Okay, well, that's good. My next question shifts gears to where was, and I don't remember this, where was the public landscape division housed prior to the purchase of Fisher Lumber?
It was at the airport.
So it was at the airport before.
Yes.
Where at the airport, and is that particular parcel still available?
This one, right? Yeah. So, can you see? Can you see where the mouse is? So that central lower site. It says scenario 2. It's
The 374,000, 40,000 square foot?
yeah, the 40,000 square foot.
Scenario 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that one that would be hostile to the Sunset Park neighborhood?
No, it's good evening, Peter James, Public Works. It's opposite side of the airport from Sunset Park.
So it shouldn't be a problem.
Well, it was adequate in 2005 prior to the expansion of our park system. One of the reasons we relocated from that site is because we outgrew it. So we were transferred from what's now Cars with Class over to the Fisher Lumber site. So the city could do a analysis of a permanent location. 15 years elapsed, and we didn't pick it back up again until 2019. At that time, our workforce, our fleet, and the maintenance activities that we need to do to service the community had grown. So that site on itself is not a viable option for today's operation.
While you're up there, we heard, this is unrelated, it's related. We heard from a member of the public earlier that the Fisher Lumber Yard site was empty and could house people within 2 weeks. Can you clarify that the Fisher Lumber Yard is, at least as I know, not empty? And there are, how many trucks and Jeeps and cars are at Fisher Lumber right now, Peter? And people?
We have 40 plus staff that work out of that site. We have many vehicles. We have 20 pickup trucks. We have stake bed trucks. We have Mighty E's, stump grinders. We store bulk materials there. We have our urban forestry division is housed there. We have our mechanics workshop. Triple R runs a satellite operation from there as well. We lease space to our land care provider, Mariposa. There's a lot going on.
And in those two buildings, or the building and the shed, a lot of that is crumbling.
It was rehabbed a couple of years ago to make the space more accommodable to the
Right.
staff that work in there. So we have offices.
So there are
meeting
bathrooms
rooms,
there now
Bathrooms
that
and
work.
showers, yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. I know that wasn't part of this, but
A very active
it is
site.
important because it is a very active yard that we're going to have problems relocating. Is there any other idea besides the airport, besides that huge rental of paying $374,000 a year?
Well, unfortunately, the analysis that we conducted back in 2020, we looked at, as Amelia mentioned, 42 sites. At that point, we took the position to look at sites that were far less than the operational needs, because we had an idea that we might be able to split our operations.
Right.
So PLD's true operational needs are between 65,000 and 75,000 square feet of land area.
So even at the 40,000 square foot cars with class slot, you'd have to move some of the vehicles either into the city yards, which there's no room for, or somewhere else in the city.
Else. Yeah, so we looked at everything. We looked at criteria for, did it have adequate utilities on the site? Some sites did, some sites didn't, like water, gas, electricity. Was earthwork required for development? Was it for sale? Was it for lease? How much was the rent? Do we have to pay for parking additionally?
We are a densely populated city with very little open space.
It's a pretty challenging effort, which led us back to land that we do own, to the airport. And from that,
Who won?
Who's winning right now? And I want to stop because I know I've gone on way too long.
no problem.
But this was important because I was on the Recreation and Parks Commission when we first tried to buy the Fisher Lumber Yard. The city at that time said no. We went back and we had to pay double the price for it the following year. So I'm very concerned with getting that space and adding to our athletic space in the city. I do have a question, and probably nobody, I don't know if anyone's come up with a solution, but, we have heard from pickleball players, and I know Ho from a long time ago, and I think we're all concerned with if we get extra money in the city, which John Smith says they may have located, that we look seriously at the extreme need for pickleball courts in the city, and the 4 combined use courts at Memorial Park are not going to satisfy the need for courts in Santa Monica. So part of this is we need to figure out where we put softball leagues. I think rugby plays there too, don't they?
At Memorial?
I think there was, at least for a while, rugby plays at Memorial also.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's all these different sports convening there that we need to figure out. There's a lot of logistical things that need to be figured out. So I think the question comes down to, will this phase 1 improve the park sufficiently? And if it will, what's our most efficient way of I believe we need to keep a children's playground there, or possibly look at Euclid Park and figure out how we expand the children's playground. There is a children's playground a block away.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, is there something else we can do in the area to help that? It may not have to be on that side. We may be able to find pocket parks that will solve part of that. So I will rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
We're still in questions, right?
We are still in questions. But seeing no other questions.
Sorry, I exhausted everyone.
Do we have any discussion? Councilmember Davis.
So some of these issues have already been raised, but I think it's important, and I know we spent a lot of time on the original Memorial Park plan, and what this is trying to do is sort of chop it into little bits given what we can afford right now. But I think there have been, 3 significant changes even since we adopted the original Memorial Park plan, and I think we need to sort of think about them. And the first one is, has been mentioned, the growth of pickleball and whether that can be accommodated at Memorial Park or somewhere else. And I think that's just something staff's going to have to look at. And even on a temporary basis, while we sort of sort through things, there's some flat asphalt out at the airport, for example. Could we put some courts out there or something like that to accommodate the need and also reduce the conflict between tennis players and pickleball players? Because although they were not here tonight, I will tell you I've heard from a number of tennis players who are like, why are my tennis courts being turned into pickleball courts? So it's a two-way street there, and I think we need to accommodate everyone's desire to go out and recreate. So I think that's the one thing we have to think about. I think the second thing we have to think about is we're about to, in theory, on October 11th, adopt a housing element, which will cause us to build a lot more housing. And especially multifamily housing just needs unprogrammed open space. And the current Memorial Park plan squeezes every ounce of unused open space out of that park. There's no place for father and daughter to go out and throw a Frisbee around unless they want to risk getting hit in the head with a softball or something like that. And so I think that while I'm in favor of this phase-in period, I think we really need to think about how do we address the conflicting needs, if you will, for programmed, pre-programmed, very specific, devoted space versus the need for just spaces where people can go and put out a blanket and throw a Frisbee and have some time. And I think, as I said, the need for that sort of unprogrammed open space, and nobody needs to come to my house and hit me with their baseball bat, but that need for unprogrammed open space is going to be heightened by the fact that we're going to be building a lot of multifamily housing in this city, particularly since I'm told tomorrow that the governor's going to sign AB 2011, which means there's going to be a lot of housing in formerly commercial zones, meaning the area right around Memorial Park has the potential to be less industrial, less commercial, more housing. So I think as we go through this process, we need to think about that. The third thing is that's changed, and maybe this affects us more generally, or not more generally, but is a little off in the future, is, as we all know, the SMMUSD, who I hope we can re-engage with here, is not going to have their headquarters there on 16th Street anymore. They are going to build housing there, is my understanding. Meaning this is a huge opportunity to supply a big chunk of housing with outdoor recreational opportunities. So I agree with Councilmember Brock, for example, that if there is any way to reinstate the children's playground, that's really important because the housing that SMMUSD is going to be building is presumably going to be some family housing for teachers and other staff members. And if you're in multifamily housing, having a children's playground across the street is a wonderful thing. That may also give us the opportunity to reclaim some additional land, because in theory, we could take back 16th Street. I mean, right now, 16th Street is basically a lot of angled parking for Memorial Park. We're adding 49 spaces with the new, and the other time that street's really busy is when SMMUSD is having a meeting or that because people work there. If there aren't going to be people working there anymore, presumably the housing will construct whatever parking it may or may not need, given that the governor signed AB 2097. But I think what's really key is that we need to realize that maybe the plan that we adopted, even though it wasn't that long ago, there have been some significant changes to the area, to the landscape, no pun intended, about what may in fact be around there. So, and I do think, as I said, I agree with Councilmember Brock, we need to look around, and it may not be at Memorial Park. It may be somewhere else in the city. Are there other opportunities to put some pickleball courts, either temporarily while we figure out what we're doing at Memorial Park, or maybe on a permanent basis? But I also think that having a children's playground and having some non-program space, and again, that's not something we're deciding tonight, but as we move forward with this Memorial Park plan, I think we need to address, the fact that that part of our city may become much more densely housed. And people who live there should be within walking distance of a space where they can just go. And if they're not participating in a diamond sport, still have some space just to run around and recreate. So I'm supportive of re-engaging with the college. I think it's important, we got a lot of emails saying, don't sign the deal with the college. And I think it's important for people to understand, if we don't sign the deal with the college, we don't have money to do anything. Whether you like the college or not, or whether you think they use the tennis courts or the pickleball courts too much, or the softball fields too much, the fact of the matter is that all of this is dependent to a large extent on the good graces of the voters of Santa Monica who passed Measure V, and then on the college who has been willing to work with us. But in order for us to do any of this, we need to engage with the college. I think there's been some conversations with SMMUSD, and given that they may be building housing, they may be willing to engage with us and even perhaps make a financial contribution, because they have passed a couple of bonds recently and may pass another one in the future. That's up to them. But certainly some money for Memorial Park, given that they might build housing across the way, would be appropriate. So I support staff's recommendation here, but I think as we go through this process, I'm hoping that staff will not, for lack of a better term, be slavishly devoted to the plan and think about, as you bring it back to us in future phases, what are there other things that can do that may more accommodate the changes in the world that have happened since we adopted the original plan. And certainly we need fields for diamond sports. I think these combo fields are really innovative and a good way to shove multiple fields into a smaller area. And maybe that's what we end up doing, is using more combo fields to free up more space in the park generally. I don't know how that could all work. But again, we could gain a lot of land even by just closing off 16th Street. And working with the school district. If they're going to build housing, the access could be from the rear or something like that. And so I think there are some innovative things we can look at. And so those are my thoughts. But I think at this point, we don't really have any other option but to engage SMC, SMMUSD, and start moving forward with something so that we can start to get these fields more accessible for people. And I'm hopeful we can find some temporary relocation for the tennis and or pickleball players.
So Council Member Negretti wants, but I know that Mayor Pro Tem McCowan is leaving at midnight. So do you want to say something before you go?
I'll wait until this item.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Councilmember Negretti.
Mine is quick. I just wanted to really echo the children's park, because I also know that there's a couple preschools that walk small children there during the day and utilize it. And I think PAL, the younger children need a place to be outside to be able to picnic or do whatever they're doing. And then again, to really just cement engaging with the pickleball community, because I think communicating with them up front eases everybody's concerns about how the pickleball courts will transition as we move forward.
Councilmember Brock.
I just thought of something. I had heard, I don't know if this is true or not, I had heard that from one of the bond issues, Santa Monica Schools possibly was supposed to have $5 million allotted to help renovate Memorial Park. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I had heard that, and then I heard that they might have used the money. But is that, does anyone know if that is true?
Well, they didn't have $5 million dedicated in a bond program like the college did, but they are willing to re-engage with us, and they're expected to contribute financially. I just don't know where, until we start the conversation, we won't know where they're at.
So I was correct that there may be money from SMMUSD to join with the SMC bonds, possibly with the county bonds and everything else to try and make this a more robust project, especially with the cost of construction skyrocketing. Our 20 million becomes less and less each day. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm sorry, Councilmember Dilatorre.
Yeah, I just want to echo and support, all the concepts around, supporting other options, for more family use and play without, with still trying to keep adequate field space. The other thing, I also want to thank staff for looking at where we place the, was it PLD or PL, the,
Skate park?
no, the PLD, the Public Landscape Division. To not, to look at sites outside of the Pico neighborhood seems like a lot of times the infrastructure is placed in the Pico neighborhood. So, and there were some sites identified. In fact, a lot of sites identified in the Pico neighborhood. But I'm glad that we're looking at the airport as a way that we can, share some of the, spread the infrastructure throughout the city, not just in one part of the city. So I want to thank staff for doing that. Other than that, I think everything that was said today is all positive and all good.
Councilmember Parr.
Oh, my mic is on. I know that we're in discussion, but I realized that I didn't get to ask a question regarding potential relocation. Regarding.
I was going to ask, but I don't think, I think you're fine.
Okay. Regarding potential relocation, locations at the airport, I noted that a couple of the places that were identified already have businesses in them. So one was the Classic Cars, or Card by Design, I don't know, I'm tired. And then there was one other one that had another business in it. Did anybody do the math in terms of like how much revenue would be lost per year if we were to get them out and we take over those facilities?
I think the answer is that no revenue would be lost because the city would begin paying the rent. So it'd be a net neutral. But one thing this slide does exhibit is that
Oh, that's right, because we had to pay for
relocating
market.
PLD will come with an annual land cost.
That's right.
Lease, probably around $400,000 or $500,000 every single year.
That's right. Okay.
And the cost of developing the facility to house the staff with all of the MOU required training rooms and such will be in the millions as well.
That's right. I forgot about that. Okay.
So we'll bring that back to you later this year with an updated analysis, but just expect those numbers to be pretty high.
So it would just be pretty much the construction costs to renovate the facilities to accommodate staff.
Or in the case of the one that's on the top right, which is that undeveloped piece, that would be substantially more expensive because there is no water, sewer, or electricity at that location. So we'd have to bring that all in. Further, the regulations that currently govern the airport and by voter approved Measure LC do not allow us to construct any permanent facilities there. So we would have to kind of work it architecturally to make them temporary.
That's the site where the cars are at right now,
More
right?
expensive.
That's the site where the cars are at right now? Okay. And that's where we went, Lana, for our tour.
Yeah. In the back.
It's a good site, though.
It's a great site.
Okay, thank you. And I think.
And let me just wrap it up, I guess. So I walked Memorial Park with John Smith, and one thing I'll note about, we walked it on Saturday, but one of the things I'll note about the park space, and I'm sorry we aren't on that slide, is that even though a lot of the field is dedicated to parks, in fact, there is a pretty large area outside where people are just hanging out and walking their dogs and playing ball, because that's the way that playing fields are designed. I mean, playing fields are designed even without bleachers for spectators, with area outside where the spectators are not just standing there watching. So I did notice that when I was there. I do think it's really important to have a children's playground there. There were children playing there, even though it was a really hot day, and it was really, I was surprised. And I think that maybe we ought to be looking at the We Are Santa Monica Fund for the playground. I think that that could be a reasonable use for that fund for things like that. So I don't know, again, what I can't remember what the limitations are, but if it's possible to get money from that, I think we ought to look at that, as well as public-private partnerships.
And one thing too, I mean, isn't that the only skate park we have in town?
I don't think we're taking the skate park out.
So it's going to stay.
Skate
put.
park's there. No, it's not the skate park.
So it's not going to be touched in this phase one?
remains.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's just when I'm talking about the area, I don't know, why'd you think I was talking about the skate park?
No. I'm just, it's
Okay.
midnight and.
Okay, sorry.
Do we need a motion?
I was going to do that, so I'm going to move.
second.
I'm sorry, what?
A second. You made a motion, I'm saying.
I haven't, no, I'm making the first motion is for staff to reengage Santa Monica College and the school district in negotiations for potential fiscal and use agreements.
I second.
So let's have a roll call vote.
Did you push your buttons? I'm sorry, we're back on the system.
Okay.
I have Negrete.
You did too.
Oh, okay, so I made the motion. Well,
You have
but
to
my,
take it off.
yeah, you have to remove the screen so that I can
Fine.
something. You really want to go back to this, huh?
I know, it's just easier.
Go with that.
Without it. Okay.
And now I can't hit the make motion.
I'll fix it.
fine, 'cause you're
I'll fix it manually.
Okay, so I made the motion, seconded by Brock.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Mayor Hemelridge.
Yes, so that passes 7-0, and it's still showing Negrete is making the motion.
I'll fix it manually.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. And now we need to direct staff to study possible temporary relocation sites for the public landscapes operation yard and return with a recommended alternative.
I'll move.
Moved by Brock, seconded by Negrete.
Press your button.
Let's have a roll call vote.
Press your buttons. Oh, okay, great. Okay. Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Mayor Hemelridge.
Yes, so that also passes 7-0, and I think we are down to 6, is that right?
Wait, can we give additional direction though?
Yeah, do you want to give additional direction?
Can we also give additional direction for staff to locate a temporary location for pickleball fields, for location for pickleball, for temporary location for pickleball?
Well, I think that, sure, fine.
Just part
Give
of
them
it,
the-
just to
go ahead.
start.
Okay, so, yes, we're embracing pickleball, is that your
Embracing
direction?
pickleball. So as we're doing all this, we also need this to please start looking around and identify temporary locations to relocate pickleball while we're under construction.
What about tennis? I mean, you aren't going to relocate tennis?
Do we need to sort of rehash some of the things because, we wanted to prioritize the children's playground and do we need to give direction on all of those things or? Yeah, that's right.
No, I think we've got all the direction. And so the project that came in front of you was us trying to live within our means. We're taking in this additional direction, and we will work with that as we move to implement the project. And that includes the pickleball, includes tennis, and includes the playground.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's call the next item, and I think Councilmember Brock is going to recuse, so he'll make a statement at the beginning.
Item 9A, Appeal of Landmarks Commission Decision to Deny Application to Designate 305 San Vicente as a City Landmark.
Councilmember Brock? Councilmember Brock, are you recusing from this?
Yeah, no, I was waiting for people to
Oh,
sort of chill. There was a lot of movement. So this item is an appeal for 305 San Vicente Boulevard. I live within 1 block of that neighborhood. So according to state law, I must recuse from this issue. So I will see all of you In 2 weeks? No, we have more to do.
Yes, we have a lot more, and we have
Darn
somebody
it.
leaving.
So I will see you back in a little while.
We'll let you know when we're back.
Where do I go?
It's okay. Okay, thank you. Let's have it. Okay. Yes, let's go, Ms. Reich.
Good evening, council members, staff, and members of the public. I'm Stephanie Reich, the Design and Historic Preservation Planner, presenting the appeal of the Landmarks Commission decision to deny the designation of the property at 305 San Vicente as a city landmark.
Ms. Reich, I hate to interrupt you, but I did forget one thing, and that is that we should disclose any ex parte communications. I've had none.
I have none.
Councilmember Delatorre, ex parte communications regarding 305 San Vicente.
I've had none.
Okay, that's done. You can keep going.
Great. So our recommendation is to deny the appeal of Landmarks Commission's decision to deny the designation of the property at 305 San Vicente Boulevard, and to deny the application to designate the property located at 305 San Vicente Boulevard, based on the city landmark findings, the revised findings contained in this report. I'll go quickly. The building is a non-contributor to the San Vicente Courtyard Apartment District. The property was constructed in 1961, is a 4-story multifamily building with tuck-under parking, courtyard on the interior. The property type and design is ubiquitous with no association with a historical event or important trend. It is not a particularly good, special, innovative example of its type, although it provides housing for people in a beautiful location, and I'm sure people love living there. As part of the landmark nomination application submitted, GPA Consulting provided a focused historic assessment for the property owner that identified the property as worthy of designation based on its association with notable architect or presumed notable architect Samuel Riesbord. The project was processed after the start of the pandemic in March 2020. The application was received on April 27, 2020, prior to the change in fee structure to enable a pass-through of the cost for the assessment of the property owner, which is usually several $1,000s. Due to the changing budgetary conditions, the city had a consultant provide a peer review of the application materials rather than a full assessment, as we had done in the past. And so these are the landmark designation criteria. The application found the property to be a significant example of the work of a notable architect. However, staff and the city's historic preservation consultant found the property has been altered, and that is not a significant example of the work of Samuel Riesbord, who was the architect, and that while Samuel Riesbord did lots and lots of buildings during this period, his work does not appear to show any innovation or leadership in the profession and was therefore not a notable architect, although all architects are notable. The Landmarks Commission held a public hearing after considering all the evidence in the record denied the designation of the property. City staff and the Commission rely on guidance from the National Park Service and past practice by the Commission in order to make decisions that are grounded in sound principles and professional practice. Criterion 5 is the criterion that identifies notable architect. And staff analyzed Criterion 5 based on National Park Service guidance and past practice. We found that, as I mentioned, while he designed lots of buildings, several buildings in Santa Monica. The building is not notable. Mr. Riesbord was not a leader or innovator, nor did he make significant contributions and therefore does not meet the standard of notable architect. While the application found the property to be a significant example of the work of the notable architect, staff and our consultant, Jan Ostachet, found that the property has been altered and, as I mentioned, is not a significant example of the work of a not so significant architect. The Landmarks Commission held a public hearing and, after considering all the evidence in the record, denied the designation of the property. I'm almost done. These are the grounds for the appeal. The applicant is appealing due to the change in the process, contends that there were public comments that were not properly considered by the commission, and that the peer review provided by the city's historic consultant contained inaccurate statements. In addition, a full assessment was provided by GPA, that was the property owner's consultant for this project. As part of the appeal, the assessment concluded that the property meets even more criteria, criterion 1 to in addition to 5, which was previously identified. GPA found the property to be an important example of its type, that it has aesthetic interest, and that it embodies distinguishing characteristics of mid-century modern style, in addition to being a significant example of the work of Samuel Riesbord, who they contended was a notable architect. Staff agrees that the processing of this application was different than the typical past practice due to the onset of the pandemic just 6 weeks prior to the submittal of this application. However, staff's evaluation of the initial application is consistent with the provisions of the Landmarks Ordinance, and the city has used historic preservation consultant peer review for work of consultants in this way. All public comments received were treated exactly properly and in accordance with the protocols for public comment. That is, that comments received prior to noon on the day of the hearing are sent to the commission and posted online. Comments received after the deadline are provided to the commission but not posted online. And OIC peer review, that's Jan Ostachet's peer review, did not contain inaccurate statements, although the property owner's consultant may disagree with her statements because they disagreed with the findings. And so here are the criterion that we suggest you find under denial, because staff has analyzed each of these criterion to the relationship in the subject property and found that it meets none of the 6 criterion. The image on the right is the original perspective, and the image on the left is the building as we see it, and we just included that to note that the building as originally designed, which was pretty simple and straightforward, was not exactly what was built. Then there were additional features that were removed after the earthquake. And so these are the criterion that are included in the staff report that we're recommending denial of the appeal and denial of the designation, and that concludes my staff report. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now I guess the appellant has 10 minutes, which you can divide as you want. People typically, and I guess, Ms. Reich, you do the rebuttal.
Sure.
Well, there's no one else. Who else?
Happy to do it.
I'm just curious, who would do the rebuttal if not Ms.
I'll
Reich?
do the rebuttal also, if that's okay.
No, I understand, but no, what I'm saying is that there's an appellant and then there's another, but you have 10 minutes. You can break it up into pieces so that you can have a rebuttal after she answers what you say.
Understood. And
So how would you like to break up your time?
I will leave myself 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So you want,
They have to do.
I'm sorry.
I'll take 8 minutes now, 2 for rebuttal.
Yes, Ms. Reich, do we have a procedural issue?
Typically, there is an applicant and an appellant.
We know that, yes.
And here, the applicant is the appellant, so there's no need for rebuttal in our view. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so you have 8 minutes, and then we'll hear from staff again, and then you'll have 2 more minutes. And why don't you start now?
Thank you. So my name is Grant Carpenter. I represent the owner of the property, commonly known as XYZ Rent. So we own currently 6 landmarked properties in Santa Monica, including properties that are part of historic districts as contributing properties. Over the past 3 years, we've attempted to landmark 4 additional properties in Santa Monica. So far, I've only gotten 1 landmarked. We're hoping today to make that 2, batting 500, hopefully. Starting out, I'm not going to get into the whole whether the proper standard was applied during the initial denial. This is review de novo, so it's not really necessary. So I'll start off by discussing the facade of the building, which was changed and which went into the conclusions on many of the criteria by the staff. So the facade of the building did change after the Northridge earthquakes. In particular, some decorative trim that kind of went in between the balconies, between the 2nd and 3rd floor balconies, was removed. The trim remains on the top, so it still does maintain the character of that trim. You can't really see it in that photo, but the trim up top is still there. But that kind of gets to why we want to landmark this property. You know, maintaining old and historic properties is old, it's expensive, and that's why there's the Mills Act out there. And you know, we would love to get this landmarked so we could take advantage of the Mills Act to help restore the property back to its former grandeur. Not that it's lacking any grandeur now; it's still a great property. I don't think there are any photos of the inside in the slides you saw, but the interior is amazing. There are great elevated walkways in the interior of the courtyard, which is really unique for courtyard apartments of that era. Moving on, it's not uncommon for historical properties to be designated despite having significant changes to the properties. You know, that's the nature of buildings getting old. Things change. Not every feature of a historical property is always maintained at the time it's designated. For example, the streamlined modern commercial building at 507 Wilshire was landmarked despite the fact that the whole front first floor had plate glass, floor-to-ceiling plate glass put in, which completely changed the appearance of the front of the building, and that was nevertheless landmarked. That was a little while back. Moving on to the architect, so the staff maintains that he's not a notable architect. In fact, in Beverly Hills, he's considered or designated a master architect. So it's a little strange that in Beverly Hills he only has a few properties there, and there he's a master architect on their list. He was considered, the whole process there being added to that list, and he was put on there as a master architect. And here they're trying to say he's not even a notable architect. So you know, we continue to contend that he's a master architect, or at least a notable architect, such that he can meet criterion number 5. One more point that wasn't really discussed in the staff report was that this is within the what's it called exactly? The San Vicente Courtyard Apartment Historic District. It's not a contributing member, however, and that's mostly because it was built in 1961, and the district only covers through the years 1956. And if you look at the actual report when that district was created, you know, it noted that there are likely other notable properties within this district. However, they fall outside of the time frame covered by this district, but they are worth considering in the future. And we think that being in this district, if anything, should be weighed in favor of it being historical property. It's not a coincidence that so many historical properties are bundled up in this small area. That's just how this area developed. I think I'll leave it at that. So, we're looking for your help here to help us maintain this property long into the future. The reality is that with these historical properties, if they're not designated, they have a pretty finite lifetime, and getting this designation really helps us extend that lifetime far into the future. Thank you. Any questions?
Well, I don't know if anybody else does, but I have a question. Typically, we see a fair number of these, and I'm used to seeing when people bring these forward, pictures of buildings by the architect that they've done that are similarly landmarked and that show their distinctive style and do whatever they, look, I'm not an artist, I'm a lawyer, right? So, but I am used to seeing examples of other architecture, other distinctive features, other things that make the building landmarkable, and you haven't told me anything like that.
I wish I had those on me. I do not. If you look at the some of the documentation provided with the reports that our consultants did, it contains.
You're talking about the peer review? Is that what?
No, the assessments by GPA consultants.
Okay, thank you.
And it also lists properties that have been designated by that architect in LA and elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Ms. Reich, do you have anything?
Thank you. Just a couple of points. If a property is significantly changed and its integrity is damaged prior to designation, it's typically a factor in considering whether or not to designate. Changing out glazing on a ground floor, as the applicant suggests, is typically not something that changes its significance or its integrity. The few decorative features that were included when this project was built were in fact either not included as designed or were removed after the Northridge earthquake, which really damaged its integrity. There are plenty of dingbat type buildings with tuck under parking. This is not a notable one or a particularly special one or an example that is innovative in any way. So we don't think it meets criteria 1. We don't agree with Beverly Hills that Sam Leo Rees Board is a master architect. And for those reasons, we recommend denial. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Now, do you have any rebuttal to that? Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion or have it? Yes, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I want to make a motion to support staff's recommendation.
A second.
Okay, moved by De La Torre, seconded by Negretti. Is there any more discussion? Seeing, yeah, did you push your button? Seeing no more discussion, let's have a roll call vote. De La Torre and Negretti.
The buttons aren't working.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember, never mind. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan. I'm sorry, never mind. Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Mayor Hemelridge.
Yes, so that motion passes 5-0. And I think that we will adopt the findings of the yes, right. So yes, the STOA, is that, yeah, the STOA as our reasons for denial. So thank you very much. Okay, next item, Madam. Oh, yeah, okay. Just text him. It is. They can hear everything out there. Huh?
In his car.
They'll meet in the restroom. The joke. Who's feeling jokey right now?
The weather.
I don't think so. So tomorrow we have a meeting at our West Side COG about the mental health center that we're talking about that will serve the West Side that will be an all levels of mental health services from 1 hour to, we hope, it'll be interesting to see. They have one in Orange County called OCB Well, if anybody is interested in this, and it's a really interesting facility. And council members Brock and De La Torre, you really need to come back in. Unbelievable. Well, I don't want to send somebody else up because then we lose a quorum. No, we can't.
Did you guys see the council members up there?
Yeah, if you could get them here, that would be great. God, it's like 1 in the morning and they're wandering around the building. I'm sorry, it's absurd.
So I called my son today, my college son, because the deal was Sundays. I get to see your face. Why don't I wait till Sunday? So I called him and I'm like, hey, how are you? How's your first video call?
Too busy?
You know, and he's just like, good. I'm like, oh, I missed you. And he's like, well, you know our deal, Mom, Sundays. I'm like, why do you want to wait till Sunday?
It's
like,
called
well, sorry.
separation.
And I was like, are you kidding me? And he goes, sorry. I'm like, okay. See you Sunday.
He will if you don't push. Let me just say this.
For money.
Because eventually, right? I mean, so rude. Susan, do you have kids or no? Babe, this water tastes. Yeah, okay, you know what, we're gonna keep going. What's the next item on the agenda? Okay, let's go.
Item 10A. I'm sorry.
Phil Brock is not on my block. I don't know where he's at.
He's not here. Let's move on.
Item 10A, second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code, Section 4.08.097 to expand the other locations beyond Main Street and downtown.
Move adoption.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Mayor Hemelridge?
Yes, that passes 5-0 with 2 absences. Let's do 10B.
Item 10B, second reading and adoption of an ordinance approving the military equipment use policy.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved by Hemelridge, seconded by Negrete. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
It's a second reading.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Mayor Hemelridge?
Yes, so that passes 6-0.
Item 10C, introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the Santa Monica Municipal Code and adopting local amendments to the 2022 California Green Building Code and adoption of a resolution that provides findings of local climatic, geological, and topographical conditions as required by the Health and Safety Code.
Move adoption.
Second.
Well, it's a first reading.
It's a first
sorry.
reading. We need a staff
We're like-
report.
Why?
I think staff supports your action.
Was really quick. I could have stayed in the other room for that.
Always good
We have a staff report on
come
10B.
after
Let's do this.
midnight.
It's a great staff report. Yeah. When you're trying to save the planet, you don't need a staff
I
report.
did it to my house
paper.
already.
That's good,
Wait, so
Oscar.
who's doing the staff? Wait. So let's do it. I already did it to my house. I don't need the thing. Yeah.
Good evening, good morning. Hello. Thank you so much for having us this evening. My name is Shannon Perry. I'm the city's Chief Sustainability Officer. As you know, my office's job is to bring you programs and policies that advance sustainable practices here in Santa Monica. Over the course of the last few years, you have adopted two essential documents. One is our Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, which is a critical element of getting us to carbon neutrality by 2050 or sooner, as well as our EV Action Plan. Both of these documents have established our city's goals, and now we're here tonight with two operational elements to help us achieve those goals. The first is an effort to electrify buildings, and the second is an effort to electrify vehicles. So you've already made the big policy decisions on these two topics. This is really just an opportunity for us to pass an ordinance that operationalizes that commitment in the day-to-day effort to build new construction buildings and new construction vehicles. In the interest of time, I will spare you hearing any more from me, and I will introduce Ariana Vito, who is the Acting Senior Sustainability Analyst in my office, and she's the subject area expert. She's going to take you through what was a very long and robust presentation that we've been asked to cut down to 2 minutes, which is unrealistic, but we'll try to get through it in as quickly as possible. Let you go to sleep as soon as you can. Here you go.
How about 5 minutes?
I will do my best to be speedy. Hi, everyone. Ariana Vito. As Shannon mentioned, I work in the Office of Sustainability and the Environment, work on climate, energy, and EV policy. So here tonight to discuss measures to improve the sustainability and resiliency of buildings and help electrify vehicles. So I'll be going through the presentation in two segments. The first will be the Zero Emission Building Code, which would be a proposed addition to our municipal code to prohibit natural gas in new construction. The second is our EV Charger Reach Code, which would introduce an ordinance to amend the state green building code in order to increase the new EV charging requirements for new construction. So to start off, as you all know, climate change is happening and building emissions are a significant portion of those emissions. So this snapshot here is from the 2020 greenhouse gas emissions inventory, showing about 32% of emissions coming from buildings. About a quarter of that is from methane, which is a potent greenhouse gas. And electrifying buildings helps reduce the harmful indoor and outdoor air pollution. And as a member of the Clean Power Alliance, our new buildings, if they're all electric, are significantly more sustainable than any buildings that are mixed fuel. So as Shannon mentioned, this is adopted strategy in our Climate Action Adaptation Plan. A zero emission building is essentially an all-electric building that is powered with renewable electricity. And so electrification refers to the substitution of gas appliances with for example, furnaces, water heaters, induction cooktops, with clean, safe, and efficient electric alternatives. And so why all electric buildings? There are a number of factors that are really important in this transition, and this is a transition that already a number of cities have taken throughout the state and other countries and cities throughout the country. But the first primarily is health. So indoor air pollution significantly goes up when there's natural gas burning in buildings. There are studies that have linked the increased risk of childhood asthma to an increased risk of 42%. So switching or taking out that gas from kitchens is really significant to improving the indoor air quality. The next is safety. And so when you have all electric buildings, you don't have the associated risk of gas or gas leaks or explosions like you do when you have an open flame burning inside a building. And there's also the risk of leaks attributed to earthquakes, and they take a lot longer to repair than when you have, sorry, let me go back to my notes here. Leaks from gas pipelines are also common, with about 2.5% or more of gas leaking while in transport between the extraction process and gas meters. And the next really important reason to shift to all electric buildings is environmental, of course. It reduces the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, and also comfort. So it's a lot easier to control comfortable air temperatures with all electric buildings. Inverter-driven heat pump HVAC systems run efficiently and can help maintain comfortable temperatures. Also, using induction cooktops on hot summer days provides for a much cooler kitchen compared to gas cooktops. And then the last is cost savings. So the cost savings attributed with building all electric are really primarily attributed to only having one utility as opposed to two. But I'm going to go into those details a little bit more on this slide. There have been a number of cost effectiveness studies that have come out by the state and programs like the State Energy Codes and Standards Program. And they've really dug into the different cost savings that are attributed to all electric buildings. A 2019 study analyzed new construction for residential and non-residential and found that indeed all electric buildings are cost effective when you compare both the capital costs and the life cycle utility costs. So you have potential savings upwards of tens of thousands of dollars depending on the type of construction. And all electric new construction also can be a more equitable solution to building more affordable houses. Community Core Santa Monica, the city's largest affordable housing developer, is a partner and strong supporter of building electrification and is working hard to electrify their own building portfolio. And also notably, the California Public Utilities Commission just a couple weeks ago voted to eliminate subsidies for natural gas line extensions beginning in July of next year. So compared to the cost to build mixed fuel buildings, eliminating that subsidy to bring the natural gas line to new facilities also helps create a more cost competitive price. These are some examples of key electrification technologies. Heat pump hot water heaters, for example, are 3 times more efficient than gas alternatives, and they also can provide for load management and flexibility, enabling customers to take advantage of using electricity during lower cost times. And here's some examples of the way that California is really leading the way in terms of pushing for sustainable buildings. So the state has passed a number of different laws in the past few years. Also, the State Energy Code under Title 24 has set new efficiency standards for new construction promoting all electric, and at least 46 cities in the state have now adopted similar versions of the all electric ordinance proposed today. Also, as I mentioned before, a number of other states and now other countries have also adopted this. This is a list of all the cities in California that have adopted this. Los Angeles, their city council recently passed a motion to direct staff to implement an ordinance to prohibit natural gas in new construction by next year. And these cities mostly have a similar versions of exemptions, mostly tied to commercial kitchens and emergency medical and lab equipment, but I'll go over that in a moment. This is the map of the cities that have adopted all electric ordinances. And here are some highlights in the new State Energy Code where they're really promoting electrification. They've also created new standards for space and water heating using heat pumps. All new construction for single-family homes are required to be electric ready, meaning that they have to have 240-volt outlets and the electrical capacity already in place to facilitate future easy switch to all electric buildings. And the State Energy Code also now extends solar requirements and new battery storage standards to most building types. Previously, it was just single-family homes. And then grid reliability. So this is a big question that comes up when we talk about shifting to all electric buildings. And the utilities have made really strong commitments to bolster the grid moving forward. Edison is investing $5 billion a year in grid resiliency and reliability, primarily in the areas of clean energy procurement, battery storage. Battery storage was really critical in being able to avoid rolling blackouts in the recent heat storm that we just had. It was twice as long as the heat event that we experienced back in 2020, but we were able to avoid rolling blackouts mainly because of the 22-fold increase in battery storage and also demand response program. And I think demand management is something we'll continue to see, and utilities will likely continue to begin incentivizing customers to use energy during off-peak times. And then we'll also likely see the introduction of vehicle-to-grid integration. using electric vehicles to provide bidirectional charge where they can actually send energy from their batteries back to the building or the grid. This is still pretty nascent in terms of where we're at in the US, but there are about 100 pilots around the world that are testing vehicle-to-grid integration. Here's some examples of the city's leadership in new construction codes over the past few years. We were the first city to have a net zero energy code back in 2017. During the last code cycle, we pushed an all-electric preferred reach code, as well as an EV charger reach code. And now today, in advance of the new code cycle that begins January of next year, we're taking these reach codes one step further in line with where the state is going and our previously adopted strategies in the Climate Action Plan and EV Action Plan. So specifically, the proposed zero-emission building code would prohibit natural gas in new buildings and major renovations that trigger the city's definition of demolition. It would take effect January of next year, and exemptions by request would be allowed in the categories listed below. And those exemptions are in line with what we've seen with other cities that have passed similar ordinances. So equipment for medical use, commercial kitchens. However, commercial kitchens must be pre-wired for full electrification so that it's easier to switch to all electric in the future. And then ADUs and junior ADUs that are attached to an existing residential unit with gas could also be exempt by request. This policy was informed by a number of different workshops that we held with local stakeholders, also feedback from a number of the city's commissions, reports from the California Energy Commission, also by the other leading cities that I've talked about, and by several different academic and research institutes that have been doing a lot of work on the importance of transitioning to all electric buildings. So now I'll go into the EV charger reach code. So transportation is the other big sector that's contributing to greenhouse gas emissions in the city, coming in at about 62% based on the last greenhouse gas emissions inventory. There's also a state goal of getting to 5 million zero-emission vehicles on the road by 2030. As many of you may have seen recently, the State Air Resources came out with a new rule that all new passenger trucks and cars sold in California must be zero-emission vehicles. And so the purpose of increasing the requirements in the state code is really to facilitate easier and more equitable access to EV charging moving forward, because it's significantly cheaper, 3 to 5 times cheaper to add this infrastructure during the new construction process rather than in the future. And this is also a key priority that was included in our Electric Vehicle Action Plan adopted by Council back in 2017. We're also working on a lot of efforts to expand public charging, and we do offer rebates for residents to switch to electric vehicles and install chargers in their multifamily homes. And then these are notable changes in the new state Cal Green requirements. So as I noted, the state every 3 years updates the building code as well as the energy code. And so in this most recent code, there's a new category for low power level 2 EV ready, which means that more EV charging spaces can be served by a lower amount of power. So the new code increased the required EV charging spaces in multifamily buildings and hotels to 25%. They also included a new fast charger option for non-residential facilities. And then the categories that are included in the code are represented in the diagram. So EV capable means that the electrical capacity is required. EV ready means that everything up to the stub out or the outlet is required. And then EV charger means that everything, including the charging unit itself, is required. And so this image shows the mandatory requirements in the new state code on the left, and then the proposed requirements in our REACH code on the right. And so the biggest change is increasing the EV ready requirements from 25% to 60%. And this was informed by a lot of input from our residents, really emphasizing the need to have easier access to charging. When you have an EV ready space, the resident doesn't need to apply for a permit. They simply would purchase the unit and plug it in, and they're ready to go. So it makes it a lot easier to switch to electric vehicles. And this is showing the non-residential new construction requirements and proposed changes. So what we're requiring for non-residential is to adopt Tier 1, which is a voluntary measure already included in CalGreen. So they have the requirements, and then they have CalGreen Tier 1 and Tier 2. And so Tier 1 doubles the amount of EV chargers required. But what we're also recommending is to add a 20% EV ready requirement for office parking facilities. So this is because, of course, people are parked at offices longer. Also, it helps balance the grid when you have people charging during the day when there's more renewable energy supplied on the grid. And this was informed again by our EV action plan, the public workshops that we held, a number of studies by the Air Resources Board, other cities, and the Energy Codes and Standards program. And so this is a summary of all of the proposed changes I just mentioned for the Zero Emission Building Code and the EV Charger Reach Code. And in conclusion, we're recommending this, of course, because of the climate and health benefits. We're implementing council-adopted priorities and really targeting new construction, which is the low-hanging fruit. So new construction is still a small piece of the puzzle, but it's easier to address. We're also following state electrification trends, taking advantage of new technologies, cost effectiveness, and public support. And these are the specific recommended council items in the staff report. Thank you.
So I have a question, and by the way, great job. I love how quickly you talk, right? I think you should be doing PSAs for the city, so.
You get all of that.
There you go. So we look at this, did I hear, so the state looks at these codes every 5 years, is that what
3
you said?
years.
3 years. So we'll be looking, because I think some of these numbers are actually low, especially the commercial ones. So the idea that we'd be building buildings that have such a low level of chargers, I think, commercial buildings, not residential buildings, is problematic. But if we're going back in 3 years, I'm guessing the state will also change then. Is that right?
Yeah, the reason we had a lower percentage for non-residential was just because, you know, for non-office facilities, people may be parked at like a retail store or, you know, a pharmacy for 20 minutes, which wouldn't be enough time for a charge. But I see your point.
Now, just in the future, I mean, as you know, because you're building the building now, and so 20 years from now, when everybody is in electric, or I mean, the other interesting is whether oxygen will ever, you know, take off. But you know, we aren't providing for that at all, right? But so let me ask. That was my question for you. Do we need to do this in 3 motions or 1 motion? Okay. Question? Go ahead.
I have a question for you. 1 word, 3 syllables, I think, although it's midnight. Hydrogen. What are we doing there as well?
Not a lot, to be honest. There is less focus on hydrogen in terms of local initiatives, utility initiatives. There is some action being taken at the state and federal level. Hydrogen technology is still pretty nascent compared to electric vehicles. It's a lot more expensive to install hydrogen stations, and it just hasn't taken off. So we basically get more bang for our buck as a city in terms of promoting.
It is in some areas. I was at the Independent Cities Conference in August, I think, and they had an entire section on hydrogen. And my mother was thrilled because she had just bought a hydrogen car. And there's only 1 hydrogen fueling station in Santa Monica. Several bus lines in other cities had converted a couple of their buses to hydrogen. And then they had put in a larger municipal hydrogen station. More cars, more automobile manufacturers are moving to hydrogen. And a train line in Germany just became all hydrogen. So Southern California Gas is betting big on hydrogen. So I wouldn't discount it because there are a lot of hydrogen facilities coming in across the state. 2 more car manufacturers just announced they're going to come out with hydrogen cars. And has my mother sent me the newspaper article about the new hydrogen train between Frankfurt and somewhere. It's a whole train line that's all hydrogen. So it is something that's coming. Southern California Gas just, and they're in, I think, the final stages. They're going to have a hydrogen house to look at here in the LA area. So it is a technology that may end up rivaling electricity as well over the next 15 years. Just
So
see, I'm a fountain of useless
the
information.
reason
There you
that
go.
hydrogen is generally disfavored among people who are environmentalists is because hydrogen's extracted through fracking. And so fracking is obviously not, yes. So that's,
You're doing another method.
that's how, no, this is how
Really?
they extract it from.
Oh.
Yeah, so the
Well, that's
question
not
is,
good.
so here's the issue. Do you want to have your problem at the end when you can't get rid of the batteries, or do you want to have your problem at the beginning when you're fracking to get the hydrogen? I mean, I don't know where it's going to come out, but right now, yeah, I think that EVs are definitely winning, mostly because the renewable energy, the sun,
Right.
will fuel a solar, an electric car, and they could come up with new ways to
Yeah, 'cause
extract the
The
hydrogen.
battery problem is,
And the battery problem, they're
Huge.
they're figuring out now how to recycle the batteries. So I don't know which one will win, but I'm going to move this item if there are no more questions or
I'll second.
any questions or comments. Great, let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Para,
So,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I want to just thank all the students from Santa Monica High School that stayed up and came to speak to us. So thank you, and yes.
And the next time they need to come at the beginning.
Mayor Hemelridge.
Yes, so that passes 6-0.
Item 12A, public hearing. and
Thank you,
adop-
guys, great job.
Item 12A, public hearing and adoption approving the California Municipal Finance Authority to issue revenue bonds for the benefit of 710 Broadway Affordable LP.
Good morning, Council. The item before you is a public hearing to adopt a resolution approving the issuance of up to $25 million of revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority, what is called the CMFA. These are for the benefit of 710 Broadway Affordable LP for the purpose of developing affordable housing, or the affordable housing component of the 710 Broadway project. The CMFA is a joint powers authority, and the city is one of many members. The CMFA issues tax-exempt bonds, which lower borrowing costs for nonprofit organizations and businesses with the goal of improving the social and economic standard of living in California. These bonds will be issued under the guidelines of the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or what's called TEFRA. And as I just noted, they're going to be used for the affordable housing component. This is pursuant to Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code and TEFRA. The bonds, for the bonds to qualify as tax-exempt facility bonds for a residential rental project, the City Council, as the elected representatives of the city, must approve the issuance at a public hearing. And the city has approved similar financings for a number of affordable housing projects in the past. The debt will be issued, the debt that's going to be issued is going to be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the city will have absolutely no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities with regard to the repayment of the debt, and will bear no costs in relation to the bond issuance. Approval of the financing is not an approval of the project for any other purpose. The CMFA will act as the issuer and perform all necessary legal and administrative responsibilities associated with the financing. And issuance of these bonds will have no impact on the city's credit rating or its ability to access capital markets for future borrowing needs. And that concludes my report.
I have a quick question. We got a letter saying, that the issue fee has to be paid by the city and the amount is not quoted here.
It is no cost to the city.
I heard you say that. I just wanted to ask that question. I'll move this item.
Hearing on this.
Oh, do we have any speaker? Okay, I'm sorry. And we do have a speaker. Yes, Denise Barton, you're our only speaker.
Good evening. I realize this is just a procedural vote in action, but I hope the city's bond rating doesn't negatively affect the borrower. Considering on March 21st, 2021, the rating action that was taken was Moody assigns a capital A, small a, 2 to Santa Monica, California, 2021 A and B lease revenue bonds, affirms outstanding capital A, small a, general obligation bonds, capital A, small a1 and capital A, small a2 lease revenue bonds. Ratings outlook is stable, not good, stable. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't a lower bond rating equal a higher interest rate on the bonds? Showing despite Gigi DeCalis' smile and positive spin on the positive position of the city, this city council chooses not to pay off the city's debt. Doesn't that show financial irresponsibility and cost the taxpayers more? In favor of funding your special interests. Just some information the borrower might like to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Any other comments on this? Great, let's have a roll call vote. Have we had, wait, did I make the motion? I didn't make the motion. I move this item.
Second.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr.
She's absent.
Oh,
She'll be, but we can pass it 5-0 because I'm voting yes, so that passes 5-0.
Item 12B, adoption of a resolution and a public hearing to approve the establishment of a pedestrian mall on a portion of First Court between Santa Monica Boulevard and Arizona Avenue. An introduction and first reading of an ordinance modifying section 3.36.150, formally declaring First Court Promenade as a pedestrian mall and prohibiting vehicular traffic thereon.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, Council, Mayor. I'm Alex Izzachek, your city engineer from the Public Works Department. I'm here tonight to quickly summarize the staff report for the establishment of the First Court Promenade public hearing and answer the questions you may have. This is the first pedestrian mall establishment for me, and it's a very rare item. Last time council considered something like this was when council established the Third Court Promenade in 1963. My presentation will be in the following order. To give you a little background on this, on May 24th of this year, council took the first step towards the proposed pedestrian mall. Council declared its intention to establish the First Court Promenade and scheduled the public hearing tonight. On July 14th of 2022, when Frank Gehry was here in the chambers, council approved the development agreement for Ocean Avenue project. And the reason this is before you tonight is that the state law requires a 90-day period between the resolution of intent and the hearing tonight. And the hearing is required for council to conduct a final determination to establish the First Court Promenade. So diving a little into the details, today First Court is a typical alley in the downtown. It's 20 feet wide. It spans from Arizona to Santa Monica. And the proposed First Court Promenade is an integral part of the Ocean Avenue development. The pedestrian mall would remain a public right-of-way and be designated for pedestrian use, improving the overall pedestrian experience. So the area in yellow on the right of your screen is the southern portion of First Court between Arizona and Santa Monica. It's about 160 feet long and 20 feet wide, and this is the proposed pedestrian mall. The Ocean Avenue project owns properties on both sides of the proposed pedestrian mall, and once established to accommodate vehicles traveling on First Court southbound, the area in blue on the right would create like rerouted traffic rerouted alley to reroute traffic and allow cars to exit onto Second Street. So cars traveling, southbound on First Court would be able to exit onto Second Street instead of Santa Monica. And for the exception of emergency, utility, and maintenance vehicles, all regular vehicles will be prohibited on the First Court Promenade. The city does not intend to form an assessment district to pay for the proposed improvement. Instead, the project developer would be required to improve, clean, and maintain the First Court Promenade. A license agreement would be executed for that. Public outreach was done in accordance with the California State and Highway Code. A resolution of intent was recorded on June 6 of this year. And in preparation for the hearing tonight, notices were posted on June 23rd and mailed on July 28th. In addition to the state requirement, a notice was published in the Santa Monica Daily Press on September 13th, and utility companies were notified via email on August 29th. I believe we have no claims as of now. So this pretty much concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions, and the recommended actions are above you. So, thank you.
Well, we got no correspondence about this. That's the good news. And let me ask the city attorney, do we need to do this separately or can we do it all as one?
So I'll move the staff recommendation.
Again, we have a public hearing on this item.
William did it.
Oh, sorry.
We were all premature.
Okay, yes. We have two, yes. So Ms. Barton and then Ms. Del Campo. Is Danielle Del Campo here? Okay, Ms. Barton, I believe you're the only speaker again.
Good evening. On this item, I have so many questions. Starting with, didn't you say the project on 5th and Broadway was CEQA exempt when it wasn't? And might this project be in that same category? Then how much does it cost to buy an easement? Isn't that what you're allowing here? And if easements are for sale, how many other property owners do you think will want to buy them back? I also don't believe that Downtown Santa Monica Inc. Board was given the opportunity to discuss this action before tonight's meeting. Then regarding the cut-through the parking lot, an exhibit included in the staff report seems to narrow when curving toward the alley opening. Do you think it would make it harder for emergency and deliveries? A minute or two can make the difference in life and death and property damage. Or would this be to replace the 3rd Street Promenade, which through your actions you've decimated? Thank you.
Any comments or questions? I'll move the item. Second. Moved by Hemelridge, seconded by Davis. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Parr?
Oh, I'm trying to second and move.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Hate this thing.
Yes.
I know it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Councilmember Davis? Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Mayor Hemelridge?
Yes, so that passes 6-0. Everyone push your button. Good job. And finally, I think, aren't we on 16 now?
Yes. Item 16A, recommendation to rescind the July 14th, 2022 appointment of Kelly Creffield to the Human Services Commission and consider new appointment to the vacancy on the commission with a new term ending June 30, 2025. I would like to note, though, that with Council or Mayor Pro Tem McCowan not here, I don't know if you want to continue this to the next meeting. We may have a full council.
Yeah, well, let's
It's
accept
not
the
a- it's not a
resignation.
resignation. It's a rescinding. She never took the seat.
But I read the correspondence. It looked like she acknowledged that she wasn't ever going to be on it. She was accepting this. So I move we rescind the appointment of Kelly Creffield.
Second.
Moved by Hemelridge, seconded by Davis, and I guess we can do this by acclamation.
Yes.
Yeah, so all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. And I think we'll hold off on an appointment on that until we have a full council, which will be on October 26th. We aren't, or at 25th, we aren't full on October 11th. And
Item 16B, recommendation to accept Bruce Malarkey's resignation from the Airport Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
Move to accept with great gratitude, sorry.
With
Second.
regret, with great regret and gratitude, yes. And I'll second that. Motion by Davis, seconded by Hemelridge by acclamation. Aye. Good. And so we've accepted Mr. Malarkey's recommendation. 16C is gone. We have no adjournments. And we will see everybody again on October 11th at 5:30 PM for another meeting.
Marathon meeting.
Hopefully not, but who knows?
Also, and I may not be here.